Morning. Today should be an interesting day. An interesting day for those on Cobequid and many others. How you doing today? Cindy. Thank you for your positive message. God bless the 23. Tides are changing. I'll just say that. Interesting wash in the background. I'm not sure they understood what they were getting into. Green Bastard. Julia. Brenda. Robert. MH. Trish Lunn. Nova Scotia Freckles. Freckles. Going off to work today again, Freckles. Are we going to see you? Nova Scotian Glow Watcher DVD. No. Crystal Edwards. Please share. Notice there was a lot of people that are watching yesterday, if you believe the YouTube numbers, which you do. At least that I believe that they're up. Lots of people getting very interested right now. RCMP, some Business Insider. What was the title on that one? Pretty brutal. A day ago. Videos out. Very interesting to watch. How's everybody doing today? Salty air. Good morning. Good morning. God bless the 23. That's why we're here. All right, so we'll get this set up here. I think, did I have it set up? A second here. Don't want to be, not a slideshow. Popcorn show sometimes. Need more coffee. Okay. Jamie, good morning. Pioneer driver. Christiana. Where's our resident military man? Will he be around? Quite a chest of medals for somebody who doesn't understand chain of command properly. Interesting. Thoughts, anybody? Thoughts on today? Thoughts on the tweet? What am I saying? The message. Busy flicking breakers. Oh no. I don't need any more of that. Any thoughts? Anybody on anything? Anybody have a chance to read the notification document? Let me link that. Paste. Some interesting things in there. I wonder if we'll have time to get to those before. Probably not. and probably something that I shouldn't rip through. But let's go to page 72. Heidi Stevenson. Heidi Stevenson was a 14-year member of the RCMP. No, she was not. She was a 23-year veteran. They can't even get their own family correct. Was involved with blah, blah, blah. Sad. 3 years on the musical ride, despite what I may hear elsewhere. It's 3 years. And 72. Husband. Her brother. To the best of my knowledge, Heidi does not have a brother. Not sure what they're referring to there. She's an only child. Not sure what all's going on, but you'd think that they would have a bit more respect over on that end. Seems to be lacking. Morning, Kelly. NS44. Tony. Looky Lou. Our timekeeper, Julia. Ken. Yes. There's a lot of things in this notification that are an issue. I'm wondering, however, tunes have changed, and I'm happy to see. Still wondering the difference between Darrington and Colford's statement. Well, one's an affidavit, sworn legally. The other, meh. It's nothing. I tweeted out a couple of things about some things yesterday. I don't usually do, but where's my thread? There.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
This was taken on the 24th. There's video of supposed workmen getting gas. Where's that? Apparently paid with credit card. I thought. Didn't have one. Lisa had one. That would have been in her statement. Not sure where that's coming from. In respect to the Olivers calling, in response to a request made pursuant to a subpoena for records related to the call of the detachments, the Mass Casualty Commission received a response that indicated no such records exist at the police station. Right. Of course not. Okay. Updates. So this is, do you recall any specifically mentioning Colford affidavit, legally binding, specifically mentioning Brown Loop as a possible exit point from Portapique in the first 3 hours of your arrival? No. I've known since reviewing the foundational documentation, the foundational document, that I made a broadcast on the radio. I've known since reviewing, based on something Katie McDonald told me of another exit, but I have no recollection of her telling me that. Nor do I know that she's specifically mentioning. It's her specifically mentioning it was Brown Loop. 6:10 in the morning, update from Jeff McFarland. John Andrew McDonald was shot close to the close range. Said Gabriel was in a white police car, then saw members in marked cars. Believes there was no way out at 6:10 in the morning. Yes, Katie and Andrew have a slightly different opinion. I wonder if this will work yet. Or will I still get an error? Yep, still get an error. Somehow they've figured something out on my computer. Nice. I can't share. So I can't flash things up on the screen. Nice. Maybe it's just me, but I'm disappointed in the lawyers. I am too, to be honest with you. Very. Frankly, I take it a little more personally.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Good morning and thank you. It's hard to start the morning without my opening notes. Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Bonjour et bienvenue, hello and welcome. On this National Indigenous Peoples Day, we join you once again from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please take a moment with us to remember those whose lives were taken and those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Yesterday, we learned about how the families of victims sought information about their loved ones during and after the mass casualty and how next of kin notifications worked. Today, we continue to learn about post-event communications and supports. Commission Council will present 2 more foundational documents, one looking at supports offered to the families and communities, and another looking at public statements made by the RCMP and governments in the days, weeks, and months after April 18th and 19th, 2020. We will also hear from Constable Wayne Bent about his role as family liaison for the RCMP, the delivery of next of kin notifications and other information to affected families, as well as his involvement in the search of Cobequid Court on April 19th, 2020. As we continue to hear potentially difficult information, please remember that the Commission's mental health team is at Proceedings to help you, and that you can reach out for support providers who are listed on our website at any time. I will now ask Commission Counsel Jillian Natu to begin. Ms. Natu?
Good morning, Commissioners, participants, council, media, members of the public. My name is Jillian Natu, and I'm a member of the Commission's council team. And I will start today by asking Madam Registrar to please mark as an exhibit the foundational document titled Support Services for Survivors, Families, and Communities.
That's Exhibit 2346.
And I'd also ask you to mark all of the source materials cited in that document.
So exhibited.
Thank you. I note for the record and for the benefit of everybody here today that there are in fact 2 errors in the citations to that document that were just discovered. And so I want to note that the 7th bullet under paragraph 20 should read COM 53501 in place of COM 53502. And similarly, under paragraph 49, it should read COM 56205 in lieu of COM 56206. So with that piece of housekeeping out of the way, commence to start the presentation of today's document. This document was prepared in connection with the part of the Commission's mandate that directs it to examine issues relating to the information and support provided to families of victims, affected citizens, police personnel, and community. It provides an overview of the services and supports offered by government, health systems, community groups to families, survivors, first responders, frontline service providers, and communities affected by the mass casualty. The information in this document is bigger picture, and it is only part of the story. The Commission has also obtained a great deal of information about the supports that were available, the supports that were needed, and perhaps the supports that were missing from its small group sessions, from public response to its share your experience process, and from its ongoing interviews and investigations. This part of our work is very much ongoing, as this part of the story is very much ongoing. So I'll begin by looking at the framework of government services that were available to affected communities and individuals in the aftermath of the mass casualty. 3 separate provincial entities were engaged. The Nova Scotia Health Authority, Nova Scotia Victim Services, which is under the umbrella of the Department of Justice, and the Nova Scotia Medical Examiner Service. Beginning with a look at the Nova Scotia Health Authority, which is the provincial health authority that operates hospitals, health centers, community-based health and wellness programs across Nova Scotia. Immediately on April 19th, as the mass casualty was unfolding, the Nova Scotia Health Authority recognized that it was going to need to respond and developed a 3-phase plan to address the health and psychological needs associated with the mass casualty. First, there was an immediate phase plan to respond and offer high priority interventions on the ground. So on April 19th, 2020, the Nova Scotia Health Authority deployed its crisis response team to the Colchester East Haunts Health Centre in Truro and had 5 volunteers and a psychiatrist available on the ground. It also immediately began to promote the Provincial Mental Health and Addictions Crisis Line. On the 20th, the Health Authority, in cooperation with the local school boards, arranged for those boards to use their Swift Reach communication centers to send automated messages to parents, directing them to call their children's school and providing them with some information as to how to go about finding supports if they were needed. They also partnered with IWK to offer virtual crisis supports and implemented some first responder assist programs. All of these different programs and the details of them are detailed in the foundational document itself. As part of their intermediate and long-term plan, the Nova Scotia Health Authority also worked to develop webinars for the general public focused on coping and resiliency, and supported the development of guides and other resources to be distributed by DOJ Victim Services. Victim Services, again, which operates under the Department of Justice, was the second main provincial entity that was engaged and deployed in the wake of the mass casualty. The Victim Services branch of the Department of Justice is typically focused on providing support to individuals going through court processes, specifically criminal court processes, but we're quickly redeployed to offer supports in the immediate aftermath. In two main ways that work together very much. First, they set up what were known as support navigation centers in 4 of the affected communities. So that's Portapique, Debert, Shubenacadie, and Wentworth. Staff was available at those centers to help connect families and community members affected by the mass casualty with available mental health services and supports. I think it's helpful to remind ourselves that all of this was unfolding in the context of the early days of COVID, when there was a shelter-in-place order for the province, in effect for the province, and it was very challenging for anybody to congregate together at all. So the support navigation centers were set up to default to appointments, but they certainly welcomed walk-ins as well. And the intent was to provide a central place for families and affected community members to get information and resources. Victim Services worked to develop relationships with the individuals most affected and help meet their needs. Again, this was a service that was set up quickly and adapted from existing resources in the context of what was unfolding, both in respect of the mass casualty and in respect of the ongoing COVID-19 health crisis. To let local residents know about the existence of these navigation centers, cards were sent out to all households in affected communities, informing them of the available supports. Again, appointments were encouraged but not required. And they also made arrangements to make the services available remotely, both by telephone and by email. Victim Services staff worked to build relationships with many of those most affected, and those relationships continue today. The centers themselves were closed. The last one was closed on January 8th, 2021, due to the fact that they were no longer being physically accessed. The relationships that they had worked to build sort of were able to continue in other fashions. The second major initiative spearheaded by Victim Services was access to the Criminal Injuries Counseling Program. Again, this is an existing service that is typically made available to victims and families of criminal injuries. It is designed to provide short-term funding for counseling in the form of sort of an approved stipend to go into the community and retain a private counselor that meets your needs in your local area. It is intended to make counseling accessible to victims in a more timely manner to address the psychological effects stemming directly from the crime. Through Victim Services, packages and applications to the Criminal Injuries Counseling Program were distributed to families and other affected individuals. Once approved for funding, they're also provided with a list of counselors that purport to offer their services in the area. Typically, the awards were for $4,000 for immediate family members and $2,000 for others, with additional funding awarded on a case-by-case basis. There is a maximum counseling fee of $85 per hour. We have heard some feedback from families and from others that for some, this program was very helpful and enabled them to access counseling very quickly. For others, they've struggled to find a counselor in their area that was accepting patients or that would accept new patients at the rate provided, which put them in a position of potentially having to pay the difference out of pocket. So there's been feedback on the overall efficacy of the service, but it was deployed very quickly, and it seems to have gone some ways to fill that need. To date, Victim Services has opened 189 files in relation to the mass casualty and awarded approximately $500,000 in funding, only about a quarter of which has been used. The third government entity that was engaged in responding in the aftermath of the mass casualty was, of course, the Medical Examiner's Service, which in more normal circumstances liaises directly with families to provide information contained in final autopsy reports. Here, as is often the case when there is an ongoing criminal investigation, the medical services was initially asked by the RCMP not to release the information contained in the final autopsy reports to the families. However, once permission by the Major Crimes Unit was given, families were given the opportunity, the cause of death was released to the nearest relatives, and families were given details as to how to receive a copy of the final autopsy report. Again, many families reported that the medical examiner's office were helpful and kind during their interactions. We also heard from families who had difficulty accessing the information that they wanted when they wanted it. And I know that interaction with the medical examiner's service continues today as families continue to seek out answers to some of their more intimate questions about their loved ones. In addition to the services that were available to the public more generally and to the families and those most affected, there were also services for frontline workers and first responders, who, as we have heard over the past weeks and months, were also among those most affected by the mass casualty. Some of those groups of first responders had access to specific programs, services, and supports through their employers. Some of them also had supports through governments and other outside agencies. We've discovered through our work that the supports and services that were available to the different individual groups of first responders differed significantly between, depending on whether they were, depending on the circumstances of their employment, whether they were employed full-time, whether they were unionized or non-unionized, whether they were volunteer, as well as the supports, services, and benefits offered by those particular employers. As we've already heard, certainly from the paramedics last week, there's a sort of a range of experiences. There were some common denominators in the supports made available to all first responders, one of which is that the Nova Scotia Health Authority implemented First Responder Assist, which offered 24/7 access to short-term telephone counseling and support services to first responders, which included emergency health services, municipal police, fire services, and their families. Call takers for the program would determine if the caller had been impacted by the mass casualty, and then a healthcare provider would offer assistance in connecting the caller with the appropriate counseling and support services, as well as follow-up treatment as needed. So this phone line really acted as sort of a navigation and referral service. There were supports available to our CMP members. There were 271 RCMP employees directly involved in the mass casualty, and in the immediate aftermath, peer support services were made available to those involved, and a number of critical incident stress debriefings, or called CISMs, were held in keeping with RCMP protocols. In addition, a number of members, I think approximately 70, accessed some form of sick leave of some duration in the days, weeks, and months immediately following the mass casualty. As a result, additional members were deployed from Ottawa and Quebec to Nova Scotia for a period that varied for 2 weeks. The force from Ontario and Quebec sent, I think, 60 officers for the first 2 weeks following the mass casualty, which was later tapered out to 12 additional officers 4 months out. Several virtual wellness sessions were held for RCMP members, both by private companies like LifeSpeak, as well as by Veteran Affairs Canada and the Workers' Compensation Board. Wounded Warriors Canada conducted the Warrior Kids virtual program free of charge for children of employees engaged in H Strong. Finally, the capacity of the Operational Stress Injury Clinic in Dartmouth was increased to provide accelerated mental health support to RCMP members and their families. And the Operational Stress Injury Clinic in Fredericton was also available to provide additional supports. Other first responder groups the Commission in its work has also learned of supports available to other first responder groups. This is really about helping the helpers. So when I spoke before about victim services deploying its staff into the communities to set up those navigation centers and to begin assisting families, that those workers themselves sometimes need support. So as examples of that support, restorative circles were held for those DOJ victim services employees, the PICTO team and their managers, and they all had access to uh, employee family assistance program. Their direct supervisors were also held internal wellness check-ins with staff on an ongoing basis. I think that in the rush to help those most affected in the aftermath of something like the mass casualty, we look at the ripples as to the impact on them and the impact on those supporting them. So similar situation with Colchester East Haunts Health Center. Nova Scotia had already been developing something called the Compass Service in the context of COVID to support frontline healthcare workers in their response to COVID. And that was deployed early to provide immediate support to NSHA staff involved in the response to the mass casualty. Also on April 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, a clinician specializing in trauma was on site at Colchester East Haunts Hospital and available to see staff there for individual or small group supports. Finally, supports were offered to VON employees. Of course, we know that both Heather O'Brien and Kristen Beaton were VON employees, and that Kristen Beaton was on the way to see a client at the time of her death. So VON made employee assistant counselors available to all employees via teleconference to provide additional supports. As I've mentioned throughout, but now is also reflected in these slides, despite well intentions, many of these services were put together in response to a truly horrific tragedy. Or they were adopted from something that meant before, and they have been imperfect, as is a surprise to no one. So some of the challenges that we've heard with support services so far include, families telling us that they had difficulties accessing the counseling services, notwithstanding the fact that they may have had funding for counseling services. We heard that sometimes the list provided by victim services was outdated and that it could be challenging for them to find a counselor in their area. We also heard that the rate of $85 per session was not in keeping with the market, and it was sometimes challenging for them to access those services as a result. From the communities more broadly, we have heard from a number of different witnesses that there remains gaps in the supports available, or that they were simply unaware of the supports that were available to them. Despite, for example, the cards that were mailed out to all the households, some people reported that they didn't receive the card or that they didn't understand that the navigation centers were for them. With the RCMP, certainly we've heard some members express, including in their testimony before the commission, that there were other supports and services that could have been available to them, particularly in coping with the stress in the immediate aftermath of being involved in responding to the mass casualty. We heard from Fire Chief Muse and Deputy Fire Chief Curry that they in fact, as volunteer firefighters, were not offered any kind of support until a year after the mass casualty took place. And finally, from first responders, the Commission has conducted interviews with some EHS staff, as well as some members of the Colchester East Haunts Health Center who continue to need supports and continue to experience harms that remain unaddressed a year and a half later. The foundational document does speak in some detail to the supports that were sought out by individual families, the supports that were provided, and the supports that were still needed. I don't intend to cover those details in my presentation this morning. I want to pause, though, and recognize that in addition to the details set out in the foundational documents, some families have chosen to share their experience and some families have not. And some families have chosen to keep some of the details of what they experienced to themselves. So we want to recognize the many other family members who continue to grieve the loss of their loved ones and acknowledge that the information in the document is incomplete and it's also ongoing as this story is ongoing and the need for supports is ongoing. And so the Commission will continue to work to try and hear those voices in different ways. Although I won't be going into detail, I did want to quickly summarize the kind of tasks that were provided and completed for families. Primarily, they were completed by the RCMP liaison officer. All of the families, except for the families of Heidi Stevenson and Constable Heidi Stevenson and Constable Chad Morrison, worked with Constable Wayne Skipper Bent from the RCMP, who we're going to hear from later this morning. Constable Bent, in cooperation with individuals from victim services, worked on the front lines to provide information and supports to families from April 19th onwards. Some of the tasks that this included for everyone in the early days, including reaching out to ask the families if they wanted to receive condolence calls from politicians and public figures who were asking to reach out. They have provided them with ongoing updates on the H-Strong investigation. They've worked to try and provide them with advance notice about the release of ITOs and other information about the investigations before that they showed up in the media or in the public. The goal was always for the families to learn about any updates before they saw it on the evening news. The family liaisons worked to help them access the Red Cross Fund that we'll hear about in a moment, to distribute gifts and cards from the general public, and to do things like restoring the woods around Portapic, which were awash with red flags from the ground search conducted by the RCMP and served as a constant reminder to the individuals who still lived in the community of what had happened there. So I think you'll hear more about that this afternoon. In addition to the services that were provided on a bigger picture level, the family liaison officers and victim services have often worked with individual families to do things like clean and return personal effects, help them hire cleaning and restoration companies once the crime scenes were released to the families, helped liaise with insurance companies and the medical examiner's office, and tried to provide them with individual information and support in connection with the H-Strong investigation and related court proceedings. Again, these supports and services were provided hand in hand with individuals from victim services and often involved liaising with the medical examiner's service as well. This isn't on the slides, but I also should note the fact that the communities have often provided, we heard about how communities often provided grassroots supports to the individual families in their midst through car rallies, through drive-by memorials, through the ongoing donation to a furnace oil account for the Weber family. And so communities have shown up in unique and personal ways to support the families in their midst. Communities have also organized themselves in more specific ways to support the families and each other in the aftermath. And so this is just an example of some of the initiatives that the Commission has learned about in its work and continues to learn about and reflect on as we look towards making recommendations. The first example is the Nova Scotia Legacy. Nova Scotia Remembers Legacy Society, which began through the ad hoc organization of an online vigil. Again, the mass casualty occurred during COVID at a time where people could not physically gather and be with each other. And through Facebook, a community member named Tiffany Ward organized an online vigil that was eventually held on April the 24th, 2020, that enabled communities to connect and mourn while remaining COVID compliant. The vigil featured musical tributes and video messages and was a source of some coming together in the days immediately afterwards. Following the vigil, the Society of Volunteers formed and began to accept public donations for the affected communities. Their work was organized around 4 pillars. The first was commemorization and memorialization. The second was education. The third, community development. And the fourth was grief and trauma support. On the 1-year anniversary of the mass casualty, the Society organized a commemoration ceremony, a walk in Victoria Park in Truro, and a marathon event that raised approximately $35,000. In January of 2022, the Society began to shift the fund it has raised to a municipal government trust and concluded its work. A second example of some community efforts that was really more nationwide was the Red Cross Stronger Together Fund. It was established on April 22nd, 2020 to accept public donations and financial support for families and communities affected by the mass casualty. Funds were donated by individuals and corporations across the country and internationally. Here in Truro, the Sobeys accepted in-store donations, and Tim Hortons sold Nova Scotia Strong donuts until May the 5th. The Red Cross eventually hired a team of experts to engage in determining how to best administer the funds, and they were distributed in cooperation with the provincial government. On April 12, 2021, the Red Cross published a final update announcing that Canadians had donated a total of $6.2 million to the fund and that 99% of those funds had been distributed. Other examples of community efforts include the Portapic Community Build-Up, which was another grassroots effort undertaken in cooperation with the Rotary Club that has raised funds and focused on renewing and regenerating the community hall in Portapic. It has a new structure to host community events, a new playground, and a new multi-purpose area for hosting sports and other events. The concept behind this project is that the community of Portapic needs an opportunity to gather and to heal and to know their neighbors again. In partnership with the McPhee Center for Creative Learning in Dartmouth, the center has also brought art and music programs to the area to be accessed by the children in the area. Other community efforts include GoFundMe campaigns that were set up by friends, family, and other members of the public who wanted to support in the immediate aftermath. Those were soon, I should say, replaced, or at least encouraged to be replaced by the Red Cross's campaign. And one last example, or two last examples, is, I think I skipped over this on a slide, that the Canadian Blood Services held a Nova Scotia Strong blood drive in collaboration with the RCMP to encourage people across Canada to donate blood in honor of the victims of the mass casualty. And two university students organized a walk that spanned 150 kilometers to fundraise for the victims' children and for the Portapic Community Build-Up project. Again, this walk itself took place in the midst of COVID, but they walked through affected communities and were joined by individuals along the way. And in the end, they raised $10,000 for the Children's Education Fund and the Community Build-Up Project. So these are examples of some of the community initiatives that the Commission has learned about and continues to learn about in its work to date. Again, as I said at the beginning, this part of the story remains ongoing and the need for support continues, and we continue to hear about those experiences and those needs as the Commission's work continues. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Natu. We will now reorganize the platform here so that we can hear from our first our witness today, Constable Wayne Bentz. So we'll just take the commissioners will remain here, and we'll just take a few minutes to rearrange the platform. Thank you.
Well, that was a fail. Lots of payoff money talked about there. Communities that actually did come out and do something, because that's what good people do, is they help one another. Legacy, really? Went into that, ripped that apart. Notice they disappeared. Poof. Yes. Build it back better. Wow, my. Tale of Two Walks. Bodies still in homes. Government organized a vigil. Proved it. Oops. Ouch. Don't forget the book that looked like supposedly what it's about. Telling stories of their lives. Oh, yes. Yes. Hold on a moment. I think somewhere I've got books.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hill?
Good morning. Commissioners, we've arranged to hear from Constable Wayne Skipper Bent, who you have heard was and continues to be the family liaison officer for most of the families directly affected by the mass casualty. So I would ask him to come forward.
Okay.
Good morning, Constable Bent.
Good morning.
Madam Registrar, can you please affirm Mr. Bent, Constable Bent?
Do you solemnly affirm the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Constable Bent, I just want to begin by asking a few questions about your employment background.
Sorry.
So what's your current position?
I'm currently with the Northeast Nova Major Crime Unit stationed in Bible Hill. I've been there since December of 2019.
And I understand you've served as a member of the RCMP here in Nova Scotia since 2008.
That's correct.
And I understand you've joined the RCMP in 2000.
That's correct.
And you were first posted in Tuktoyaktuk, and then Fort Good Hope, and then Yellowknife.
All in the Northwest Territories, yes, that's correct.
So you spent your first 8 years in the Northwest Territories with the RCMP and then came to Nova Scotia.
Correct.
Today, we will be talking primarily about your role as a family liaison and also your activities on April 19th. And I just want to remind you that as a public inquiry, we're a bit different than trials that you may have testified at in the past. In our process, the interview that you've provided to the Mass Casualty Commission is already an exhibit. And I may take you at certain points to the foundational document that was prepared and entered yesterday as an exhibit. I'm just going to ask you a few general questions about your assignment as family liaison. Who assigned you to that role?
That liaison task came from Corporal McKay, Angela McKay, and Corporal Jerry Roseberth-Hume.
And when were you assigned to that role?
It came on the 19th.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about how you came to know that you were assigned to that job?
I was called at home, advised of an incident that had happened, was asked if I could come in, and went to work. And upon arrival, I had initially been told over the phone by Corporal McKay that I was going to be the file coordinator. And by the time I had shown up at work there, they had changed it. I don't know what the discussion was, but just that my role was now going to be family liaison.
And do I understand that that call came very early in the morning on the 19th?
That's correct. It was just before 2 a.m. in the morning.
And at the time when you were assigned that role, you didn't know how many families you would be working with. Is that right?
No, at that time, things were still, well, at that time, everything was thought to have been stopped, that everything had not continued on as it did after the calls came in from Wentworth.
So before I'm asking you some specific questions about your tasks on April 19th, I just want to ask a few questions about the role of family liaison generally. Was that a role that you had played ever before?
I think every police officer who works frontline policing has liaison experience. You're always dealing with people, sometimes at their worst. You learn to talk to folks. So you're always providing them with updates on what's going on with their file, with the investigation. If it's going through a court process, you're talking with folks. Being specifically assigned as a family liaison on a major crime file, no, I was not.
Do I understand you correctly that that's communicating with families is a role that many police officers would be involved in on many files, but that in this case, having that as your sort of primary responsibility was something new for you?
That's correct.
And do I understand that in Nova Scotia in the RCMP, that's not usually a role that someone in major crime would be assigned?
For as long as I've worked in major crime, it's not been a role that's ever been assigned to someone in our unit. Typically, what we end up doing is, for example, our responsibilities are for the northern part of Nova Scotia. So on one of our last files that happened in a Cape Breton community, we had a member from detachment who was designated as a liaison person who could work to provide the information that came from the command triangle of our team. The person who works in that community lives usually in or near that community. They know the people in that community. They know the resources in that community. For example, why did I reach out to Pictou County Victim Services? Because I'd never worked in Colchester County on detachment. I didn't have a clue of who to call, so I reached out to my old contacts. If I was to go to some spot anywhere else, Cape Breton, Antigonish, wherever, I wouldn't know who those resources were. I wouldn't know who the people were that they could lead on for support.
To your knowledge, the responsibilities of a family liaison officer aren't laid out in RCMP policies. Is that right?
There's nothing that I see specifically in there. I do know that a family liaison acts as a conduit between the command triangle and more specifically the lead investigator, the primary, and the family, so that I can provide information to them or provide questions back to the lead investigator.
You understand that being that conduit is an important part of that job,
Absolutely.
but that's not laid out in policy.
There's nothing that I've seen in policy or that outlines what that is.
So there's not a job description or a task list that you
No,
know.
nothing that I know of.
Okay. And you hadn't, in April 2020, received any specific training for that role?
Other than having worked probably, the better part of my career responding to complaints and going and talking to folks. So
You're relying on the job experience.
exactly.
Are you aware of any specific training that is available for that role?
I don't know of any that has been around. I've heard that there may be something in BC, but I don't know if that's accurate or not. So I can't really say that there is or isn't.
Do you know why you were chosen for this job?
I've known Corporal McKay and Corporal Roseberth-Thune for some time. I've worked with them previously in different roles. Again, they know I'm a people person. They know what I bring to a team. I think that's the reason that they chose me. They knew that I would be able to treat people with dignity and compassion, could fulfill the responsibilities of the role.
I'm going to ask you about some specific tasks that you were responsible for and took responsibility for on April 19th. I understand that you started your day, as you've just said, at the very early hours of the morning at the Bible Hill detachment.
That's correct. That's where our office is.
What was your first task that you did that day?
I began to work on a profile of the perpetrator. At that point, when our unit is called in, we start to slow things down is what we do, and we start to develop tasks and task lists of what to do. One of those things is that we know that if there's going to be a custodial interview of a perpetrator, we want to have background information. So I was beginning to put together that profile.
Okay. Do I understand that task was really in your role as sort of a member of the major crime unit rather than as the family liaison?
That's completely as that. Up until such time as, we find out that the perpetrator is now deceased, we're still in an active boots on the ground role is what we're doing.
So that dual role that you were having, do I understand that the transition from primarily being concerned with the activities as a major crime unit member to being the family liaison, that was after the perpetrator was deceased, was when that focus changed?
After he was deceased and when I returned to the office, because I was at the Debert scene on Plains Road until almost 2 p.m. that afternoon before I returned to the office.
Okay, so just to make sure we don't skip over that part, you were working at Bible Hill on this profile that you were developing. At some point you left and went to you were heading to Wentworth, but you ended up on Plains Road. Do I
That's
have that right?
correct. That's correct.
Okay. And you were there for a number of hours?
I'm going to say for approximately 3 hours. I honestly don't remember looking at my watch as we went running out the door. I just know when roughly that I had left.
And so then you returned to Bible Hill and began focusing on some tasks related to your role as family liaison.
That's correct.
Might be helpful, Madam Registrar, if you could bring up paragraphs 13 to 15 of the next of the foundational document that was entered yesterday, which is information seeking from family and next of kin notifications. Thank you. Just going to take your attention to paragraphs 13 to 15. I'll just read them just to sort of set out what as I understand, the scene was at that time, and then I'll just ask you to comment. So paragraph 13, in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission in April 2022, Constable Rose Bertoum provided information about the major case command triangle strategy to process scenes and complete NOK notifications beginning on April 19th. Corporal Rose Bertoum said the transition from critical incident command to the MCU began after the perpetrator was shot, and quote, the amount of information that was flowing in at the time was astronomical, end quote. The MCU was processing 17 scenes and 22 deceased. Corporal Rose Bertoum explained the immediate strategy for processing the scenes and identifying the victims as follows. This is a block quote. As to what scenes got processed first, it's the investigative team, myself, and the TL team leader, Angela McKay. We took our direction from them as to what ones were processed first, and a lot of that from our conversations with them had to do with where those scenes were and what they involved. For example, scenes outside, like Debert, like the Cloverleaf and whatnot, they were obviously more important to, go and assess and process right away, as opposed to a scene such as, for example, the Bonds or the Tucks that were inside, enclosed, and you kind of, for lack of a better word, covered or tucked away. There's only so many FIS, Forensic Identification Services, investigators. And then just the next paragraph, at the same time, Corporal Rose Bertoum and Corporal McKay's team was processing a large number of requests for information about possible victims. Corporal McKay's notes state, between April 19th to 20 hours on April 20th, well over 100 family Portapique resident related emails came in and needed to be addressed. Many messages were not from immediate family members and therefore all had to be reviewed to ensure any information provided was correct and not released without ascertaining the caller's relationship to the victim. At 2 o'clock, Constable Wayne Skipper Bent began reviewing, quote, the enormous number of emails, close quote, received by the RCMP, described further below, to determine who were NOK for various victims. Corporal Rose Bertoum and Corporal McKay advised Constable Bent that he was assigned the task of family liaison for all families except Constable Stevenson's. One of Constable Bent's responsibility was to complete outstanding NOK death notifications, or in the cases where a positive identification had yet to be made, to explain to family members that the investigative team believed their family member was deceased. Constable Bent also began developing a list that identified one family member as a contact who would disseminate information from the police to additional family members. So just wonder, Constable Bent, if you can comment on that portion of the foundational document and just explain if there's anything else that would help us understand what your role was at that time.
Well, the role of a family liaison is not the next of kin generally. That was assigned by the command triangle to various other officers to take care of that. There were occasions where I was when I was going through those emails and going through that list, that we would come across someone who had not been spoken with yet. And at that time, that's when I would tell somebody that, yes, we believe your loved one is deceased. We work in conjunction with the medical examiner's office. We want to make sure that we have a positive identification on people. I can't imagine anything worse than being told that perhaps your loved one is deceased and they're not, or vice versa. So that would pretty much be, if I was giving my summary of what I'm reading there.
Okay. And I may ask you in a little bit some more questions about that next of kin process. Just in terms of at those early stages on that afternoon of the 19th, what were you doing or your team doing to ensure that information provided was correct and not released without ascertaining the caller's relationship to the victim?
Anyone I spoke to, I can't speak to what anybody else did or didn't do. In regards to what conversations they may have had with family members. I know for me, in my assertion with people, was discussing who they were, what the relationship was with the people, trying to ascertain any kind of information that I could. Nothing personal was released other than, if I felt that this was somebody and they provided enough information that made me feel comfortable that this person was, then that is somewhere where I would again say, we believe. Don't recall having told anybody that your loved one is dead, because again, we want to make sure there's positive identification.
What steps were you taking to deal with all of the messages that were coming in? What was the system that was in place?
There was if I recall correctly, that there was a proxy email set up that any of the calls that were going into the 911 center, because it was Sunday, if anyone called the detachment on the non-emergency number, it would also go through to the OCC center. Emails were being sent by any of the dispatchers who were receiving calls to that email, and the email was, this proxy was being checked by the command triangle. Other than, I don't know, I don't believe Constable Stanton had time to check for most of them. He may have checked some, but for me, I was starting at the very first. There was no priority other than just to start at the first one and work my way down the list.
Do I understand correctly what you're saying is that the messages were coming in to 911 and to the OCC that had perhaps gone to other RCMP detachments, that information was being sent by email to the command triangle and to you?
To me and to the other members of the command triangle, yes.
And then you were dealing with them just as in the order that they were in.
In the order they were coming in, correct.
And how did you know, as a person who was making calls, how did you know what information you could release or you could share?
Corporal Rhodes Bethune sits right beside me. The direction was obtain as much information as you can from these people. Again, there was only a couple of next of kins that I provided because most had already been taken care of, or were assigned to other officers to deal with. I was not in my role to take care of doing all of the next of kins.
Just ask you with regard to next of kin notifications, we heard yesterday that is an area that is covered by RCMP policy.
That's correct.
And just tell me a little bit about sort of what it is to do next of kin, or what you understand in your general role when you're involved in providing a next of kin notification. What's important in that?
You want to try to do it as quickly as possible, but at the same time, I think when you talk about a mass incident like this compared to what could be perhaps a car accident where someone passes away, it's completely different. In that with the motor vehicle accident, there's a lot of knowns. You have license plate numbers, you have perhaps personal identification in the vehicle. There might be some other things that you can use for doing that. The mass one will be a little bit different in that, again, both equally important. You want to make sure that you're giving accurate information to folks, but the motor vehicle accident may or may not involve any criminal activity where the other one does, and you want to make sure that you can provide some details, but you don't want to provide anything that's going to compromise the investigation. Again, it's all about talking to people. I mean, it's telling someone their loved one is dead is the worst thing to do. Compassion, honesty, resources, trying to find resources for people, to the medical examiner's office, to victim services, to be there for them, to make sure they have support when you've told them as well. Because if you go to someone's house and they're by themselves, you don't leave that person by themselves afterwards. I mean, that's just not right. I know it's policy, but it's just common sense decency. Making sure that, they know who to contact in your organization as to who they have questions for.
Right. I'll ask you in a few minutes about some of the other tasks that you had in that role, which you're alluding to. But I just want to make sure I fully understood what you've said about working with the medical examiner's office as it relates to next of kin. Again, if you can talk about in the normal course of how you do your work as a member of the major crimes unit, how would you work with the ME's office with regard to death notifications?
Well, we have a duty to notify the medical examiner anytime there's a death which is suspicious in nature or criminal in nature. And then we would try to work hand in hand with them, with providing them information about who the next of kin people are, who family contacts are that they can make contact with. Sometimes that identification doesn't come for quite some time because there might need to be DNA analysis to make a confirmation of who somebody is. We work with them by providing them all the information that we've gathered to assist them to work with the families for that identification.
And so then thinking back to the afternoon of the 19th, were you in touch with the medical examiner's office during that time when you were at the Bible Hill attachment beginning to sort through those messages that were coming in?
So what I was trying to do at that time was we have a shared drive for major crime, and there are for other offices. Corporal McKay had started a scene list with names of deceased, and we were trying to fill in a contact for each one of these next of kin, if that person was possibly the family contact, somebody else if it was someone else, so that we can provide that information to the ME's office. So we were constantly updating that form and making sure that we could get that information to the medical examiner so that they would know that as victims were coming in, who they were associated to.
So it sounds like you were trying to connect addresses or scenes with individuals who were family members, making those connections that you would then provide onto the medical examiner.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in that case, we're using the term next of kin, not so much to mean the next of kin notification around confirmation, for example, of death or remains, but more just who's that nearest relative.
A family contact.
Okay.
A family contact.
And you, in developing that list that you've just been speaking about, you were trying to identify one family member as a contact. Is that right?
Because of the number of emails that were coming in, there were times where I spoke to somebody from another family. And so early on, I thought it would be reasonable that rather than talk to 6 people from this family, for example, and not have a chance to talk to these people, it would be easier if I took one person and I asked people if they could be the family contact, that I would have them funnel their questions through that person to me, which I could funnel through to the command triangle, but also that I could funnel information from the command triangle through that one person who would disseminate it to everybody else. Especially early on, initially, I felt that with the number of people, it was important just to have one line of contact so that each family was equally able to be spoken to, so that one family wasn't maybe monopolizing all the time that it was going to take, and some other family wouldn't have a chance to be spoken with. As time went on, some families unfortunately split, and the information wasn't being shared. Other family members came to me and said, the information wasn't being shared. The family hadn't split, but just the information wasn't getting shared as much. And so I would add extra people to my list of who either I was sending out emails or text messages to, or making phone calls to just make contact with them to keep them updated.
That identification of a sort of a primary family contact, that was a technique you were using to manage the flow of information.
Correct.
Okay. That's not set out anywhere in policy that that's something you should do. That's just something you were.
That's just something I found was going to be easier for me to manage.
How long were you at the Bible Hill Detachment sort of doing this task around of looking for family contacts, triaging the emails, and communicating with Command Triangle about what information was coming in and going out?
It was probably about 2 to 2.5 hours before I left to go to Portapic to pick up medication for Mr. Griffin Sr., an individual who had left the scene when he was told to leave and needed medication.
So you traveled back to Portapic?
That's
In
correct.
the late afternoon, okay. I wonder, Madam Registrar, if you could bring up paragraph 21 of that same document. So that paragraph, I think, just talks about this point in time. Constable Bent, paragraph says, sometime after 5:30 p.m., Corporal Roosbertoom texted Constable Bent and directed him to go to all the houses in Portapic and check for more victims or persons requiring help. During this check, Constable Bent located a third deceased person at 41 Cobequid Court, who was later identified as Emily Tuck. Constable Bent, Constable Nathan Forrest, Corporal Brad Wood, and Corporal McDonald checked homes on Cobequid Court. So I take it that this task of checking homes was again back with your major crimes unit hat on. Have I got that right?
Major crimes hat on, yes. When I was getting ready to leave from Portapic, I was advised by another member that they had found more victims in Cobequid Court. So I made sure to pass on that information to Corporal Roseberthiel, because every piece of information needs to go to him to make decisions and directions. For him to make directions, he needs the information. Upon my providing him that information, that's when he directed me to start checking homes.
And for what reason were you checking homes?
I was checking homes to see if there was any other victims, if there were any live or deceased victims, if there was anyone else that we could provide assistance to.
And at that time, when you were checking homes in Portapic, including on Cobequid Court, were you aware that there were still emails coming in from the OCC from people asking for information about their loved ones?
My phone may have been getting emails on them, but I wasn't checking them. I was checking houses to see if there was anybody else there. I was more concerned about potential victims who we could render assistance to than emails at that time. I knew other people were going to be looking at those emails as well.
Who did you understand to be looking at those emails at that time?
I knew that as time permitted, that Corporal Bethune was looking, or Rose Bethune was looking at that, as well as Corporal McKay.
And do I understand that you finished up at Portapic, returned to Bible Hill, and ended your shift at 10 o'clock that night?
Somewhere handy of 10 o'clock, yes. I'd been up for about 38 hours at that time.
You've answered already a number of my questions with regard to the delivery of next of kin notifications. In terms of the conversations that you were then having over the next couple of days from family members, is it fair to say that although you may not have been delivering an official next of kin notification, you were often communicating information that their loved one a property that their loved one lived in was associated with a mass casualty, or that human remains had been found even if they had not been yet identified, that you were sharing that type of information even if you couldn't officially confirm death?
Correct.
And that official confirmation was pending medical examiner's direction and information.
Correct.
In terms of that information coming in, I just want to confirm that there was no central line for family members to call or for community members to call who were seeking information.
There was not, once family members had my number, they could call me. But that, and there were a couple of folks from the community who did get my number and called as well, or were directed to call me and did.
And on the 19th, particularly, and perhaps even into the 20th, is it fair to say that messages and requests for information were coming in more quickly than they could be responded to?
Absolutely.
Thinking back, would it have been helpful if those requests were sent somewhere other than to the command triangle, given the other responsibilities the command triangle had during those hours?
There were limited, you only have so many resources that, you have scenes to guard, you have people who are processing. We were answering those as quickly as we could to deal with people as quickly as we could. So I think, within 24 hours from when 2 o'clock came after the 19th, when I was gone from the Plains Road, to the next day, I believe that within that time frame, everybody had received their notification and had spoken with me.
And if there are family members who would say that they perhaps hadn't had contact with anyone from the RCMP within that first 24 hours, that it took, it may have even taken another 24 hours after that, is that something that you would also, I guess, is that possible?
Possible, I could say. I know for sure that I was doing my best to keep up with everything that was going on. It was chaotic, but there was an organization to that chaos to be dealt with that by the command triangle.
And would it have been helpful to have had more people assigned to that role in those early first hours and days?
Looking at it from now, perhaps, but again, it was a large event, and where do you deploy resources to when you need them at 17 different scenes?
I'm going to now turn to asking you some questions about the tasks that you took on in your role as family liaison, sort of after that first day, so starting after the 20th and onward. How did you explain your role to the families that you were working with? What words did you use?
I was just there to offer them any assistance I could. I was able to answer questions on the investigation if I could. They were told that there were going to be questions I couldn't answer because it was an ongoing investigation. That somewhere down the line we can provide those questions or those answers to those questions, but we have to maintain the integrity of our investigation until we know what we know, because there's a lot that we don't know, and until we know it all, it's unknown, and we don't want to give away those answers. The victims are the ones we're working for. We want to make sure that they have a voice.
In terms of that role that you just described, that sharing information and answering families' questions, that was, if families had questions, they were invited to come to you with those questions?
That's correct.
Okay, but you've just said that there were some times that you may not have been able to answer those questions. Is it fair to say that sometimes you didn't actually know the answers to the questions?
Absolutely. And nobody knew the answers to some of those questions because we still hadn't, within the first few days, there were still crime scenes that hadn't been processed. Houses were still hot, ones that had been burned down. It takes time to get answers, and there was some answers that we didn't find out until months and months later.
How were you kept up to date about the investigation as it was unfolding?
We had regular briefings going on in our office where all the investigators would come in and would kind of summarize to the command triangle what they had learned from the tasks that they had been assigned. I was present during maybe half of the briefing most of the time because I was answering text messages from family members. I was taking phone calls from family members. So I wasn't keeping myself completely up to date with everything that was going on. What I would do is basically lead over to the next cubicle. I would talk to Corporal Roseborough-Hume, say, here's a question. Can we answer it? We can, we can't. And then I would communicate that back to a family member.
And if you couldn't answer a question that perhaps there was an answer to because of the ongoing investigation, is that what you would tell the family?
That's exactly it. Yes, if there was ongoing investigation that we can't release that information, even if it is something that we did know, then no, I would let the families know that we couldn't release it, but someday we will be able to release it to you.
Just on this theme of information sharing, one of your tasks later on as the investigation unfolded was to arrange meetings with families and Chief Superintendent Leather, many of which happened at the Bible Hill detachment. I got that right?
No, Chief Superintendent Leather was not there. It was Superintendent Darren Campbell.
Thank you. And so those meetings, tell me if I've got this right, were held at the end of June and the beginning of July?
That's correct.
What was the purpose of those meetings?
These were an opportunity for the families to meet individually because we were still, all this happened during COVID. And so whereas perhaps if COVID hadn't been prevalent, it may have been something where a venue such as this could have been used. I don't think that would have been appropriate because you would have had families there that maybe didn't need to know all the information, family A about family B and vice versa. It gave an opportunity for the families to meet with the lead investigator, to also meet with senior RCMP management to try and answer some of the questions that folks had. And during these meetings, Corporal Rose Berthiel would outline where we were with the investigation, where we were going, made sure that families knew that there was some part of the investigation that was still proceeding, that we couldn't share that information at this time, but we would later on down the road.
Another aspect of being family liaison officer was making referrals to victim services.
Correct.
And I think you mentioned initially not quite knowing how to do that, but you relied on some contacts that you'd previously relied on. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I called an old contact from Pictou County, and she was able to help to expedite everything for me. It was absolutely great.
Just in terms of making a referral to victim services, who did you understand would qualify for victim services in terms of the counseling services that they could arrange?
Not for me to determine who doesn't qualify. Any person that was a family relative, any person who was thought could benefit from this. During those briefings early on, I brought up to the investigators who were going out and conducting interviews with witnesses, and letting them know that, hey, you're the ones who are talking to folks who there are witnesses. If you're seeing somebody who's struggling, who could benefit from victim services, I asked them to please provide me with the names of the people and contact information, and we would forward that on, as well as the ones for all the families of the victims, or as well for the survivors.
So the referrals that you made to victim services were broader than just the families that were impacted.
That's correct.
And in terms of your role as family liaison, I just want to be clear about exactly who you were providing services to. I understand that you were assigned to the surviving families of all of the victims except Constable Stevenson.
That's correct.
As well, and that included families that were not just here in Nova Scotia, but some families across Canada and a family in the United States.
That's correct.
So you were responding to inquiries from all of those individuals.
Correct.
And you also came to be assigned to assist some of the survivors, the Fishers, Andrew and Kate McDonald, and Lisa Banfield.
That's correct.
Another organization that you've indicated you were communicating with on behalf of family was the Medical Examiner's Office. Did that continue in that communication role after the 19th?
That's correct, yes.
What sort of communication would you do to and from the Medical Examiner's Office and to and from families?
It was, families want answers to everything, and trying to help them with, the contact with the medical examiners. If there was information that was being shared, a lot of it at the time was being held by the investigative team. It was requested that it not be released because, again, it's information that could be what we call holdback evidence, in that only maybe a perpetrator or someone who assisted the perpetrator would know of. And so if that information went out to even just one person, that information could be shared and it could compromise the integrity of the investigation.
So you were communicating with the medical examiner's office to, what information were you giving to the medical examiner's office, or what information were you getting?
Again,
from
I was
medical?
just providing names, you know, and the phone numbers. I know, you know, I've had a relationship with some of the investigators at the medical examiner's office, so was able to call and just have a conversation sometimes about someone's looking for this or someone's looking for that, and whether or not it could be shared or not.
Another role that I understand you played was sharing information with families about ITOs, and
Correct.
information that stands for information to obtain. And you tell me if I've got this wrong, but I believe that these are documents that had been filed with the court to obtain warrants in the course of the investigation. And in the months following the mass casualty, media made application to have portions of those ITOs made public.
That's correct. It was after our first family meeting that it was brought to our attention. It was something I'd never thought of before, was that the courts were releasing the ITO, and we were then sharing it with the families. And the first family we spoke to said, well, why can't we know first if something's going out first before it gets to the media? And again, it was, you know, with this one being as large an incident as it was, there was always some learning going on. Things were fluid. It made perfect sense. So from that point forward, we worked with the DOJ to ensure that we could try and get all that information out to the families as soon as it was released by the court, because we couldn't release it before that. But once the courts had it released, we had a process in place to ensure it was getting out to families, so that they may not have had a chance to review it, because some of those documents were well over 100 pages, but they had it in their possession before it was going out anywhere else.
That practice of trying to get families the ITOs before they became public, that was a suggestion that came from a family member.
That came from a family member, and then we started using it for anything that we were putting out. If there was going to be a press release, we made sure family members knew about it first.
You also played a role, I understand, in assisting families who may have wanted to have access to residences that were being processed as crime scenes. Can you talk a little bit about that?
There were families that wanted some personal belongings to be used for funerals. So the second day, we had Sergeant Bill Raymakers at Portapic, and he kind of acted as a gatekeeper for us for any of the requests that were going down through there. There were people that had animals inside houses that wanted animals fed. They wanted animals caught with the assistance of the SPCA. There was personal documentation that may have been needed for when a loved one has passed away that needed to be obtained as well. So I was able to work with Sergeant Raymakers to make this stuff happen for the families.
And some of the homes remained crime scenes that were being processed for quite some time. A number of days and weeks, actually, where the families couldn't return or couldn't access those homes without going through you, if I got that right?
Correct.
You were involved in arranging some cleaning for some of the homes?
No, Tara Long arranged for the cleaning initially. I kind of just jumped on her bandwagon for it. She had contacted me and mentioned that she had made contact with a local company about doing this. And so I contacted the company, spoke to them about this, and they confirmed that yes, it was true. It was something that she had spoken to, and that they were going to do it for free of charge. the company, I talked with Guy from the company, and he had mentioned, just let me know when we can get in there. And so on the day when we were able to do the cleaning, I escorted them to the scene because, again, it's still somebody's house and there's still personal belongings and stuff and potentially valuables inside a house. So I went with them to the first house, and he was an amazing guy because told him I got a couple more houses down there, and he said, before you even ask, he said, I'd like to clean those houses for you too. Again, something I'd never thought of before, because anytime I've been involved with the crime scene, whether it be a vehicle or a house, we haven't done the cleaning. Like, that goes through your insurance companies. Usually there are cleaning companies out there that do that stuff. I felt really bad because the Goulets had not, they'd already cleaned the house when I contacted them. They'd already done it on their own. And again, just something I wouldn't have thought about before.
Just on that point of something you wouldn't have thought of before, because that's based on your previous experience working with families as a member of the RCMP. Things like cleaning houses or cleaning property that's being returned, that's not something that falls within the job description.
Never seen it before. Never seen it or done it before.
And in the role that you were in following the mass casualty, there wasn't a checklist or anything that you could go and make sure that for each family you were completing certain tasks.
I knew what they had gone through. I couldn't tell them how. And I've told them all, I don't know how you feel. I'll never know how you feel. Nobody in this room, except for them, are going to know how they feel. Knowing how they felt and what they were going through, whatever extra I could do for them.
I understand that included assisting if there were requests made for returning property that had been seized.
Correct.
Seized from scenes or when bodies that had been recovered, getting property back to people.
Correct.
Okay. And I understand, things like jewelry, things like that.
There was, yeah. And that, again, that wasn't me that started that. That was Constable Lori Thorne, who was an exhibit custodian, and she began the process of when people wanted jewelry, she made sure it was cleaned. And I actually ended up helping her out with a couple of pieces and she was in there with a toothpick and a dental pick and everything she could to make sure that when we returned something, it was clean.
You mentioned insurance companies. I think that it primarily had to do with vehicles that were involved in crime scenes.
Correct.
Is that right? Can you just talk a little bit about dealing with insurance companies and what your role was as a family liaison?
With the vehicles that were involved, I had tried to tell folks that, they don't want to see these vehicles. This is where their loved ones have died. Or the vehicles were just in any way that it was going to be traumatizing possibly for them. My suggestions were go through insurance companies and to let me know if you need any assistance with your insurance companies. I know the beaten vehicle, for example, the insurance company was going to buy it, but they were talking about reselling it in Nova Scotia. And I called the insurance company and I said, let's be reasonable here. I mean, there are people who will buy that and will not fix it for the simple fact that they'll think that they want to have this. I didn't want Nick to have to potentially see that vehicle somewhere in Nova Scotia driving around. I didn't want anybody in his family or anyone else to have to see that. To me, that conversation was really over the sake of $20,000. Are your companies willing to have your name associated with something that would do that? There were other insurance companies that needed written confirmation that the loved one had died or that a family member was not somebody who was a subject of the investigation who may have caused the deceased person's death. So I filled out some forms and forwarded them to different insurance companies for those purposes.
You were I think the O'Brien family had their vehicle returned to them. Is that correct?
They wanted their vehicle, they wanted to see the vehicle, and they wanted to take possession of the vehicle, yes. And I had suggested against it.
And again, do I understand correctly that, as you've said, that vehicle wasn't cleaned or dealt with before it was returned? It was taken from where it had been processed for forensic evidence and provided back to the O'Brien family?
That's correct.
Did you have any concerns about that?
You know what, that's not, if it happened to my mom, that's not how I want to remember her.
But it was the request of the O'Brien family and you facilitated
Correct.
that request?
I was not going to argue with them about that. It was their property.
I understand one of the roles that you also had was delivering gifts that arrived from across Nova Scotia and across Canada to the families.
Nonstop. Nonstop. The people across Canada just kept sending stuff. Even now, there's still stuff that's showing up in the office to be delivered to people.
Okay. And just, do I understand correctly, things like quilts, things like that, that people who were learning about what the families who were the victims of the mass casualty had gone through from media were responding by sending things that they wanted distributed?
Quilts, flowers, cards, CDs, dried flowers that actually came from the Portapic Memorial, buoys that somebody painted and made up in Ontario. There was wooden angels that were carved in Cape Breton. I mean, just everything just kept coming and coming.
Okay. And so, again, it's probably not anyone's job to be receiving or distributing those, but that was something that you took on.
That was just something I took on because I wanted the families to know that they had people behind them.
This was your full-time role until September 2020?
Until September 29th of 2020, correct?
You still continue in this role as part of your duties still today, is that right?
I was taking calls on Saturday night and helping somebody on Saturday night with an into Sunday morning with a request.
Fair to say that different families have different needs?
Absolutely.
Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Some families, and I shouldn't, in my statement, I said needing. I shouldn't have said needing. Needing wasn't the right word. It was just some people needed to communicate more often and would call with questions or concerns. And a lot of times it was not in regards to what had happened. It was other things that were happening. People were posting stuff on Facebook. There was an incident of someone trying to sell a police vehicle, a used police vehicle online shortly thereafter. It was, some people were happy with minimal communication and, a lot of times it was left in their court to contact me. I would make sure that I was doing regular contact with folks, but some folks would call 3 and 4 times a day, and I wasn't going to not take a phone call because I'd already talked to you today and I haven't talked to another family over here. So I would still take a phone call or a text message.
I want to ask you a little bit about your role as family liaison for so many families. I wonder, Madam Registrar, if you could bring up paragraph 17 of that foundational document. This paragraph from the foundational document, information seeking from families and next of kin notification, refers to an interview that you conducted with the Mass Casualty Commission. It says, in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission in January 2022, Constable Bent noted that Corporal McKay had discussed with him a few times the possibility of adding another family liaison to help with his responsibilities. Constable Bent said he was, quote, a little bit selfish, I think, in that, I had these relationships with people and I'd worked hard at building these relationships with people. And I also felt, and I mentioned this to Angela, Corporal McKay, that I wanted the same message going out to each of the families and that we were sending out. Close quotes. Constable Bent briefly had support from another RCMP member, Corporal Rodney McDonald, before Corporal McDonald was transferred to another division. Constable Bent continued to be the sole family liaison to the families affected by the mass casualty, with the exception of the Stevenson family. And I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about that suggestion that perhaps it would have been helpful to have had more than one family liaison through this process, and what you think of that.
I built very good relationships with these people, with all these families. I had people tell me they were suicidal, abusing alcohol, telling me about major illnesses they were going through, sharing information that if you didn't have that relationship, you probably wouldn't know of. You probably wouldn't hear about that stuff. To me, it was very important that the same message went out to everybody. If we'd had 5, for example, different liaison officers that were providing information to 4 families, 5 families, if the information was turned just there was just off a little bit. If I said Tuesday at 2:00 and another officer said it's Wednesday at 2:00 because he thought the 21st was a Tuesday when it actually was the day before. Families are going to be upset about that. I recall a situation where a family wanted me to take them to Portapic, and I said no, I wasn't going to take you to Portapic because the folks down there are still living it. They're there every day, and it was on the news just prior to that Tom Taggart was on there talking about basically equating Portapic, that people were thinking of it as a tourist attraction. And, I didn't want to take people down there when I knew there were other options. And my other option was to share an overhead map because they wanted to know where everything happened. I went to this family and I took them an overhead map and showed them where houses were and where things had happened. And their question to me was, what do you think happened? And I told them several times that I said, we're never going to know because we don't have video cameras down there. We don't have witnesses saying that they were at these houses at this time, and I told him it was in my opinion only, that it made sense to do the loop prior to being seen on video, because we know when the first call came in, we know when they're seen on video. To me, I said that seems reasonable just given the time. But again, I made sure that it was not from the RCMP, that the RCMP, yes, I work for the RCMP, but I was asked for my opinion and I told him, this to me seemed reasonable. The next day I received a phone call from someone who said, what do you mean the RCMP is telling people my parents were the first ones killed? And if we had 5 different liaison officers, I was able to quickly answer that question. If we'd had 5 different liaison officers and it went to this officer who didn't know that I'd had this conversation, then now you've got people really distrust. And at that time there was, even still, there were lots of questions about everything that was going on. And so to me, having one source of information, if I passed out the wrong information to everybody about a 2:00 meeting when it should have been 3:00, everybody had the wrong message, but it was the same wrong message. Whereas if everybody had the right information, it was all to the right information.
And so that, to make sure I've understood the example that you gave about that conversation with the family as you were looking at the overhead map, that was in the course of that conversation, you were expressing sort of your theory or your observations about what made sense. And that was heard later by another family as if it had been an official communication from the RCMP. And that misinformation or miscommunication you're pointing to that as the reason why it's so important that there just be one liaison officer.
To me, yes, that's, and again, I'm no expert in this. I learned as I went along. I based it on a bunch of my past experience of dealing with folks. To me, it just seemed reasonable to have it done that way.
So you said you learned as you went along. And so now, looking back, are there other things that would have helped you to be more effective in your role as family liaison that we should be thinking about in our role of the commission, eventually making meaningful recommendations to respond to mass casualties or to similar situations in the future?
I think there needs to be training or, a policy, a guideline, check sheets of some sort. I mean, most police officers have that opportunity to deal with people lots. And like I say, they develop some skills. Some people develop them more than others. But there should be something of some sort. And again, a family liaison is only to be a conduit for the information. To me, the family liaison is not to call insurance companies, is not to do all this other stuff. But given that this was my sole role, I was able to do that. Knowing what the families had gone through, it was important to the command triangle to make sure that we could do whatever we could do for these folks to help them out. And again, nothing was going to bring anybody back, but if it was something that we could help to lessen a little bit, then we were going to look at doing that.
Commissioners, those were all the questions that I had for Constable Bent. I see the time is 11:15. I'm in your hands whether it would be appropriate to take a break and have a caucus or whether you'd like to combine that with moving into lunch.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Hill, and thank you, Constable Bent. We'll break for 20 minutes, and I'll explain to you, Constable Bent, that the process we will follow is that Commission Council will meet with Council for the various participants and discuss what further questions you'll be asked. And so we'll take 20 minutes for that. If you need more time, then we can certainly reconsider, but we think appropriate at this stage that we'll take 20 minutes and allow the parties, everyone a break, and of course allow the council for the various parties to discuss the process for further questions for Constable Bent. Thank you.
Thank you.
20 minutes.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
Silo all the information through one guy, and that way he knows what everybody else knows. Horrible. What was he saying about the O'Briens asked for the car to be returned in that way? If it was my mother, I wouldn't ask for it. What the fuck? They didn't even process that car. And yeah. Yeah. You're going to blame it on the families. Just like Joey and somebody said, that's not in the, or, sorry. Well, I don't remember what they said. I should be careful. Verbatim. Was it that, Andrew. I'm not picking on you, Andrew. I'm just simply saying, I want to make sure I got it right. I know they didn't see Joey right away. Wondered if the recovery, they absolutely did. It's in multiple notes. It's in McKay's notes. It's in Danko's notes. Down in Shuby, he sketches up the scene right away. Right away. McKay's notes say it right away on the SIT reports that she was getting. And yet, they didn't care. They just showed it anyway. Had the parade. But if they killed the suspect, I know you're being facetious. If they killed the suspect right away, then it's not an ongoing investigation. Is it? When does it stop being an ongoing investigation? How long do they hide behind this skirt? All the skirts that they build. They trotted them out there again. Oh, we don't have enough money. We don't have enough supports. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, so many prayers. There's a few family members in here, some new ones. Welcome to you. You know, this is horrific. And I know that there's ones that watch in the background, don't say a word. And this is really bad. These people are out of control. I want to know. You know, it's not that I'm picking on this scene in particular. It isn't. Tom's boots. How about that one? How about the way that he dealt with Charlene? I'm not going to speak for Charlene. She can speak for herself. I'm aware. People are being misrepresented in documents. Another family member came up last night. Totally untrue. Why is he saying that Tara said that? That is completely preposterous. Tara never said anything about cleaners. She didn't even get the fucking email. One day the story about all that will come out. And I think we should talk about it probably at lunch. Some of it. The ID, the email to ID. Aaron. Now, Tara was not in, obviously, the best of states. And so writing back, she mistyped one character. One character. Do you know what that means? Oh, God. Excuse me? How do you become gone? He never followed up. He wasn't like, you know, I didn't ever hear back from you. Still wondering about that. Could you help me out? No, just never a word again. Until there was a lot of pressure put and then kind of come back into the picture. The business about the ITOs is absolute shit. They told families that they would be informed well ahead of media all the time. That is shit. I know that. Last second emails going out. Last second. Sometimes it'd get it in the media first. I hope Charlene pipes up. But, you know, it's comfort, right? They've absolutely trashed families. They don't even know how long their own family member, I use that in quotations with a capital, proper, noun, family, RCMP, family. You don't even know how long your family member served. 13 years? Really? No. You can trot out all kinds of stuff, and even in that case, you can't get it right. I want to know what this is about. 1:15 in the morning, or sorry, in the afternoon. Cobequid. I've gone through the Cobequid story the last few days. It's not because Tara is my friend. It is because it caused a major shitstorm They didn't, for some reason, they didn't want to deal with Cobequid. You saw that in the testimony. Oh, yeah, I saw the road. I just kept driving by. I'm like, good. Legacy was doing all their garbage. Proved it. Tale of two walks. That picture. They didn't even know. They didn't even know. And they were already writing musicals and all this other stuff. Bodies were still sitting in homes. Families were still waiting. Typing out the Nova Scotia Strong psychological babble. It's not just inappropriate. It's not just inappropriate. First of all, it acknowledges that Cobequid is on the map, right? Bent is tootling around. He's doing his stuff. He's getting medication for the Griffins' parents. That's later in the day. His notes don't say until 5:30. That's because the file got opened. The file got generated because Jarrett McDonald got a phone call from Rodney Peterson, the same Rodney Peterson that they want to throw under the bus, that was contacted and it isn't because, I don't know how to explain that. It's not because accolades. It's nothing to do with that. It's like the people who are read in and not. Tara just actually happened to get in contact with the right person, and that opened Cobequid. Boom! Because Rodney Peterson's like, well, okay, I'll call down to find out what's going on. Contacts Jarrett McDonald. Jarrett McDonald's like, well, okay, I'll go down and have a look down there. He gets on the radio. He goes to the wrong address. He's like, oh my God. Then he goes to the right address. Then he's like, calling on the radio. This is a major problem. Generates a file. And it starts Cobequid. And they didn't want to, for some reason, something about Cobequid, they didn't want to start it. Nobody wanted to go down there. But obviously, they knew about it. You're in the neighborhood. He was literally in the neighborhood later that day. Because then, and that's spooky, Jarrett goes over, I believe physically goes over to Bent and says, Bent, you know, we've got these bodies over on Cobequid. And Bent's like, did you clear that with MCU? That's in his notes. Did you clear it? Did you check with MCU that you're allowed to go and look over there? Huh? What? Why would he need to clear it? He doubles down. I hate that expression, but he doubles down on that then again. And he phones Jerry Rose, the #1 investigator. His boss, MCU, everywhere. Did you clear this? Well, no. But I guess you better go down and look. The fuck, man? Then why did you send the message? Why didn't you go look then? This better get raised by lawyers. It's a mess. And that's not to detract from the other unbelievable treatment of families. Joey's family, O'Brien's family. The notification, just read it. All because they wanted to keep it siloed. With who? Bent. Bent knows exactly when he's going to be out. on this one. He knows how long he's got this file. That's spooky. And it's years. That's not something normal. He's the man. Nobody else is coming into this picture. Nobody's touching it except for him. Items that weren't returned, phone records that were asked for, never produced. Items that went missing. Can you get those back? Crickets. Questions that were never answered. Well, we could have, we could have done that. Yeah, we could have actually met back in June, it's the COVID. That's why we couldn't do it. What the fuck are you talking about, man? If I don't hear a peep about this from the lawyers, I know there's a problem. I'm fairly certain there's a serious problem down there anyway. But if they don't raise this one, you can go and get medication. You can go and do other things. You're not going to go, how long, this does lead to the question. Again, not to be insensitive. This does lead to the question of, were family members alive? Do we really know? Yeah, we're told no. They perished right away. And just they're there and go away. We know in Heather's case, that's not the way it was. Sadly, tragically, horrifically. Oh yeah, we just decided. Blanket. Moving along. Homes not being checked on, certain people getting dealt with, basketball. And I don't know what in the fuck he's talking about. I walked that road way at the beginning with Tara, and I'll tell you, none of that. There was like zero contact. Totally cut out. In fact, Tara and I were talking about that last night. Because there's seeming to be a tide shift, which is good. Better drop it. You engaged the wrong people. They won't raise it. Count on it. Lack of pushback yesterday. Foregone conclusion. Memory quilts. Memory quilts. I mean, you see, it's all manipulation. And obviously, right, Andrew, about in respect to Joey's family, that's why Joey's family is specifically suing. There was articles written on it about how they knew. And it's true. It's all in the documentation. Right away. Number two, Angela, who is gone by a fairly certain Jangat as well. Jerry's still around, I think. It's all kept in house in MCU. MCU was phoned right away. Interesting. Okay. You got Angela Howerluck down there. Early morning. I thought she wrote Moritz. Yep. No. Sounds like there's spinning out stuff that people are buying. Tech? Oh, well, we just couldn't. We're just too dumb. Really? Really now? Well, if you're that dumb, better go back to play school. Your fluid and dynamic diapers. That's not what's happening here. Balin. RCMP equals lies, lies, lies. Had to fight, get autopsies. Autopsies. There's another one. I mean, there are so many. Photos. Families ask for photos. No. That's okay. You don't need them. Families literally said to the RCMP at times, could you just please answer this for me? No. You know the meetings that they're talking about? The ones in June and July. Could you answer these questions for me? So first of all, you put yourself into these family shoes, right? They're lost something for the entirety of their lives. Will never be there again. So they have to be fairly composed to go in to the office on the phone in some cases, which they were able to do. So the COVID, that's bullshit. Go in there and have questions. They had questions on certain things, written lists in some cases. And then they would ask their question, which would take a lot. First of all, to even write that down, to conceive of the thought, to write it down, to prepare yourself mentally for the answer. And then to be told, no, that we don't want to traumatize you. So we're sorry. We won't answer that. Excuse me? That's called coward hiding. Better answer this one. It's going to make the rounds on social media. So better get ahead of it, MCC. I know that you guys are watching. I know the lawyers are watching. You all know that. They've proved it multiple times. Again, yesterday I got a phone call about it. Not one iota of humanity. Good job. Keep it siloed. All with Wayne, all in-house, all MCU. He knows what every other family knows. And he probed. He probed. What do you know? Can you tell me a little bit about this? He was inquiring family members as to, other things. He wasn't there just as a liaison. He was investigating, which of course does make sense in some cases. But very covertly, I'm like, wow. I'd hear some of the questions, obviously repeat back to me or whatever. And you can tell, holy fuck, is he fishing? Fishing. Went above and beyond. Command triangle. Command triangle. Oh, I want to see some of the command triangle emails. I'm waiting for some of this stuff. There's some real good ones that are going to come, I'm pretty sure here. I've seen mention of them, so we're waiting. How, thank you, Center. Welcome. I see the sisters are in here. Hello to you. The biddies. Fortunately, my family's home was burned to the ground. I was reading last night, 8:20, I think 8:20 something or other. Still burning in the evening. So if he's supposedly dead and gone, everything's fine. Why is the fire department not going in? And then they go in with bulldozers. And I'm going to cut that out and send it. And I'm going to be, is that before or after you asked the bulldozers to come in? The bulldozers, it's all just cover up. Go away, families. Don't worry about it. Nobody's going to, we'll just pay some money over here, a bunch of money. Don't ask questions. People don't care about your fucking money. One liaison officer. Yes, families have support here. And I apologize profusely if I get things wrong or still not responding to my text. Okay. Notice that. I hope you're feeling better. Bigger than just a dude, global. Well, it's a lot bigger to go to this extent, never seen before. And this entire organization is taking itself down to protect its secrets. Whether it's secrets they're hiding for other people, I don't know. I'm not going to go there. But I certainly know it's very deep. It's not some guy. I'm curious. Civil suits, times to file. So what's the deal with those? Don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody can elaborate if they care to. Certified? Not sure. I wish I had but they disabled that for some reason on my computer with this program. I can't leave this thing sitting in the corner. I like to be able to do that. It kind of just left a refresher on the screen. I'm really, really screwed up about how Tara is the quote. What was it? Cleaner or had suggested a cleaner? Dude, you never even contacted her. Barely. Can you send pictures? I believe there's receipts on all that. Welcome, Joanne. Just getting home. Hello. Hello, hello. Peter's in here. Hello, Peter. 1,000 members are assigned to secure Nova Scotia. Please trust me. They're supremely equipped. They will execute their duties. Has nothing to do with their gear and monitors. Yeah, they're right. All their toys and everything. But then it's only when it suits them, right? Then otherwise it's crayons. Right. Like they don't know the GPS on their phones. TMR2 has GPS. I don't know if they don't know that. Some members don't know that their things have their personal radios, TMR2s, have GPS. But it does. It's right in there in their handbook. They try and say, well, it has the capability. But, we haven't really implemented that yet. Bullshit. Would have been one of the first things that they did. The white shirts want to know whatever the hell is going on all the time. Remember the thing about the affair I put out on Twitter? Oh, that was TMR2 information. That's how they knew that one of their members was having an affair. That's right. Swear out an affidavit. I like those kinds of things. Swear out an affidavit and then ask him to do the same. Receipts tell the truth. Oh. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm still trying to work out the logic because there's strategy to a lot of things. Or maybe they're just watching too closely. He's like, oh, that terrible is on that channel. Why private property destroyed? I should just leave this up. And again, it's not to pick specifically on Cobequid. It isn't. But it's very strange. And somehow is a very big problem. I'm also noticing a lot of absence to do with Hunter Road in the notes, the more and more I'm reading, and Chad. These seem to be not so much in the narrative at the time. A lot less mentioned. And I'm like, how is that possible? East Hants. Did you get message how YouTube blocked witness accounts? I tried to send you. I don't know. Did you put a comment? Did you put a comment? What's going on the 45 Cobequid? Perhaps that's the issue. 45 Cobequid. TMR2 is a glorified cell phone network you'd think would be available for celebrating. You'd think. Just like everybody's cell phones. No, well, we just did, I don't know, Lisa McCauley's phone. We celebrated that. Of course, talked about celebrate. How long? And it comes out. Will you celebrate? Well, but you can celebrate every single phone in this story. The phones that didn't get returned. Family members asked for the phones. In some cases didn't get them. Some cases got them back and they were wiped. Going through people's phones of their own and wiping chunks of their time and messages. And that's true. Not tinfoil. Absolutely fucking true. Who the hell would go through, hack into somebody's phone and wipe certain portions of time? All those photos gone. It just devastates family members. I've gotten phone calls about that. They're like, I have nothing left. Usually there's some tech workaround maybe to try and get things, but how long are we on the break? Wiping phones. Oh.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
How long? Can you help me, Julia, please? Huh. Oh. Ouch. Yeah. OBE, very special. Notice how one street got treated different than everybody else. 32 minutes. How long was the break supposed to be? Birds outside. Nice. Oh yeah, the fucking tech is just stupid. Wiping people's emails. Interesting that Dorrington was talking about something, because I was talking to somebody about that yesterday. He was in IT. Dorrington. That usually has a certain stink. 2 more minutes, 20-minute break. What it's supposed to be. Okay, fair enough. Tom's boots. Let's, just keep hammering out the things that you know in the chat. They're watching. This is one. Keep going on about the others. Returning of cars. Even his testimony today. Tara, cleaners? What the fuck are you talking
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hill. I understand that following a meeting among council, that it's agreed that 4 council representing various participants will be asking questions of Constable Bent. So we'll ask Constable Bent to come back. Thank you again, Constable Bent. 4 council representing various, you can have a seat, sir. 4 council representing various participants will be asking you questions. We'll see how we get along, council, in terms of how many we do before lunch, but we'll break roughly around 12:30 and see where we are at that time. So I understand, Mr. Bryson, you are the first council to ask question, and as always, would be obliged if all the council let Officer Bent know who they represent.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. Good morning, Constable Bent. My name is Josh Bryce, and I represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond. They resided at 46 Cobequid Court within Portapique. And their sons, who you've dealt with, Harry and Corey Bond.
Extensively,
who I
yes.
deal with. Yes, yeah. So I have a few questions about your involvement with Cobequid Court on April 19th. So I've looked at your notes, and the first entry I see in regards to Cobequid Court is roughly is 5:50 p.m. Is that your first attendance at Cobequid Court?
It will be
Give or
somewhere around that time, correct?
Okay, and we can actually bring that up, please. It's been exhibited previously. So that's 17. These are your notes?
That's 17:30, yes, that's correct.
Oh, is that 30? Okay,
That's
I thought that was a 5.
That's the 3.
So 5:30 p.m. And at the bottom, you note finding the victims at 41 and 46 Cobequid Court at roughly this time, 5:30.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when I read these notes, it doesn't appear as if you were perhaps aware that the Bond and Tuck Oliver families were actually discovered previous to 5:30. Did you know that at the time?
I was told that there were bodies there, and that's when I had contacted, because I did not know if Corporal Roseborough, who was the primary investigator, had that information or not. So when I had shared it with him that I had just learned that information, that's when I was directed to go.
So when you attended 46 Cobequid Court, did you know anyone else was there prior to you attending there?
I did, because that's why I had gone there, was because I had been told. I believe it was Corporal McDonald, Jared McDonald, who told me that. I can't say for sure. I know I had spoken to an officer who had told me that there were additional victims at those residences.
Okay. And so besides Constable McDonald's involvement at
Corporal
McDonald's involvement and when he came across the deceased persons in these two residences at roughly 4:46 and 4:50. Are you aware of any other members that had canvassed or been on Cobequid Court that day?
Sorry, 446, could,
4:46 p.m. is what we see from the comms, the Colchester comms, when
okay,
Corporal McDonald
sorry,
announces.
I apologize, I didn't have that time in my notes. I did not know that, of what time anybody had gone by there, I just know of what time that I was told, give or take.
Now, I just want to talk about your observations of 46 Cobequid Court when you attended at roughly 5:30. Do you recall seeing the door ajar?
Correct.
Okay. And when I look at Constable McDonald's, Jarrett McDonald's statement, he had phrased it as when he was perpendicular to 41 Cobequid Court, the driveway, he could see down into 40, he could see 46, and he could actually see the door was ajar from that location.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
I don't know what he may or may not have seen. I do know that you can stand in one spot and see, roughly a 45-degree, or sorry, a 90-degree angle to say there's one here and you can see one there.
But it was quite apparent to you that the door was ajar.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And was there a screen door, do you recall, on 46?
I do recall there being one there the next day, or sorry, not the next day, but when I did attend with the Bond brothers, that there was a door there that may have been damaged. But again, not knowing if it was there at the time, I was more interested in getting into the house to see if there were any victims in the house that I could assist with.
If I suggested to you that the screen door was hanging off its hinges at roughly 5:30 on the 19th, is that something you could agree with, or do you have any independent recollection?
I have no recollection of that. My main priority was to get inside to see if there was anybody else in there who needed assistance.
Okay. And Mr. Bond was in the doorway, correct? When you,
Fairly closely to the doorway, yes.
and that would prevent the door from being closed. Is that fair?
Again, I didn't try to close the door at any point in time or anything like that. So, but if that was his position, and then the door probably could not have been closed.
So when I look at photos, would you have moved Mr. or Mrs. Bond prior to photos being taken?
I never took any photos. I can't imagine that anybody else would take photos, or would have moved anybody.
Yeah, and I'm referring to the crime scene photos. But that's my question. To your knowledge, did you or anyone else?
I've never seen those photos, and I can't speak as to whether anybody would or would not. But from my work previously with the forensic identification specialist, everything is photographed as it is found.
Okay. And do you recall if the TV was on at the residence?
I do not.
Do you recall if the lights were on?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
At the time that you attended Cobequid Court, were you aware of Corey Bond's email at 10:41 that morning requesting someone check in with his parents? He hasn't heard from them. He was concerned.
No, not off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay, so no one had brought that to your attention when you were attending Cobequid Court?
No, when I went to Cobequid Court, I didn't have that from anyone.
So at 5:30, after you discovered and confirmed what had previously been discovered, that the Bonds were in fact there, did you make any contact with the Bond family that evening after 5:30?
Not that evening, I did not. I provided the information off to Corporal Bethune, to Rose Bethune, and I proceeded to go to every house in Portapique, looking to see if there was anybody else who needed assistance.
And if we can bring up 4517. Oh, it's a multi-page document. So this is actually page 5. Five at the bottom. This one here, yeah. This is a message you appear to be copied on April 20th at 9:06 a.m. Spoke to Harry Bond. He states his parents, Joy and Peter Bond, reside at 46 Cobequid Court. He's been unable to contact them. Do you recall receiving that message on the morning of April 20th?
The message would have come in at some time. I don't know exactly when I would have opened it or specifically looked at it. Based on my looking at my notes at 12:45, then that would be when I had made a phone contact with Mr. Bond.
And that's after Mr. Bond and his brother and wife drove to Portapique, correct?
I don't know if they drove to Portapique or not. I'm just going to review that there, but and now that I see that he's planning to drive, I don't know. I have no recollection if he had actually made his way down there or not.
Did you recall having any dealings with the Bond family in Portapique on April 20th in the afternoon?
I don't recall being in Portapique on the 20th.
Okay, yeah. Is there any RCMP policy or guidelines, just in terms of how to timely process a notification of next of kin to your knowledge?
Policy says as soon as reasonable.
Okay, and what would reasonable, who defines what is reasonable in terms of the timeliness to your knowledge?
Reasonable could be based on all kinds of things. I think if it ultimately came down to it, maybe a court of law. You know, what's reasonable when you have 17 crime scenes and 22 victims? You know, if you take a look at what just happened in Verde, Texas, one crime scene, 19 victims, took 2 days.
Would additional resources help?
Pardon me?
Would additional resources help you
With
performing that role
performing as the liaison officer?
to ensure timely notifications to next of kin?
My job was not the next of kin. My job was the family liaison. The next of kin was run by the command triangle.
Are they your notes on that email?
Those are my handwritten notes, yes.
Okay. And that 12:45, you indicated that's your understanding of when you communicated to Mr. Bond that his parents.
That's correct.
So you did notify Mr. Bond that his parents had been murdered in this?
No, I would have told him that we believed his parents were deceased. We didn't have a positive identification on anybody at this time. His parents could have been gone, and it could have been relatives that were staying at the house.
Thank you. They're all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Mr. McDonald?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Constable Bent. I am Tom McDonald. I am counsel to Tara Long, whose biological half-sibling, Aaron Tuck, was killed in Portapique on the 18th, and also to Scott McLeod, whose brother Sean McLeod was lost in Wentworth on the 19th. I want to ask you a few questions generally to start, and then I'm going to move to a few specifics about Ms. Long and Mr. McLeod. I wasn't quite clear from your evidence this morning, although one of your answers to Mr. Bryson's questions clarified for me. You didn't do next of kin notification. You classify yourself as a family liaison officer with respect to the mass casualty, right?
Well, I don't classify myself as the liaison. I was the liaison officer, the family liaison officer. I was at times, if I was the first point of contact for someone who had not been spoken to, then I would provide that information that we believed that their loved one was passed.
So in other words, when you said to Mr. Bryson, next of kin notification was handled by the command triangle, you handled some of it yourself too, didn't you?
I was, if it so happened, then yes, I would be assigned that duty to do. But generally, the command triangle made those decisions and deployed resources to make those next of kin notifications.
So let me understand this. There is a an RCMP next of kin notification policy,
Correct?
right? But there is no RCMP family liaison officer policy, is there?
There's none that I've ever seen.
Right, okay. Do you know whether one exists even if you haven't seen it?
Each division in the RCMP, which is usually designated by provinces, is a division. Individual divisions can also have additional policy in addition to a national policy.
Do you know whether
So-
each
so
division has a policy?
Each division does not, that I know of, have any policy for family liaison.
If each division had a policy, who in each division would be aware of it? The assistant commissioner?
I can't speculate as to what someone may or may not know.
I'm asking you to not to speculate. You're a member of H division, aren't you? You're a family liaison officer. I'm just asking if the commissioners wanted to know if there was a policy at H division. You've said you don't know, as I understand your answer. Who would be a good starting point at H division to get that information?
I would say potentially the crops officer, who I believe is in charge of developing policy.
And do you know who that person is, what that name and rank
At
is?
this point in time, I'm not sure. I believe it may be Chief Superintendent Chris Leather. I know he had been acting as the Assistant Commissioner for some time. I'm not sure if he's back to his role or not.
All right, and if I suggest to you he may be retired, is that news to you?
I don't follow people who do and don't retire, except for the people who I work with.
Should there be a family liaison RCMP policy if there isn't one?
I've already said that I believe there should be. Yes, there should be some either policy or guidelines or check sheet training. There should be something of some sort to assist people with this task.
And because, as I understand your evidence, you think there was not one when you were involved in the mass casualty,
Correct?
did you then have to make up some policies yourself in terms of how you approach the families?
No, I never made up policies. For me, I was creating what I thought were best practices,
Okay, and what were those practices?
such as having one point of contact for each family who could be a person to funnel the information through to the family and back. Cleaning jewelry, helping with insurance companies, all those extra things that family liaison, to me, the family liaison takes information from the families, passes it on to the investigative triangle, from the triangle back to the families. All the extra stuff I did, the cleaning jewelry, the insurance companies, returning personal effects, all that was extra stuff that I felt was part of best practices.
So you mentioned having one point of contact for each family, but you also mentioned in your evidence this morning that it became evident that some families split, I think was the word you used, maybe for various reasons, so that information wasn't always necessarily flowing from the one contact person. Is that fair?
That's very fair to say, yes. And when that was brought to my attention,
Right.
I made sure that it was shared with, if it was two sides of a family, three sides. Sometimes it wasn't that the family was split. On one occasion, I was told that the family contact person was overwhelmed. And so I was asked to start sharing it with others. So I did.
And because this commission is forward-thinking in its mandate in terms of trying to help for the future, would you agree that it would be helpful if there was a specific policy that dealt with, quotation, split families, so that the next family liaison officer would have something to follow in terms of how to deal with communication points?
I think any help that can be developed or anything that can be put forward from this commission or within an organization, reaching out to SMEs, subject matter experts about any of this that can help with that task. It's an important task. It's very important to, keep the families updated and let them know what's going on of what you can share.
So of course, I heard your evidence this morning. I listened to it. I'm not quite clear on what the role is of a family liaison officer, if there is a role, in terms of assisting families to contact the medical examiner's office for information. Can you help me out with that?
I was providing them with who the contact people is at the medical examiner's office, providing phone numbers, providing that stuff, because the medical examiner is going to want to determine who's the next of kin to deal with, because my main point of contact may not have always been the true next of kin, because there would be questions that only the medical examiner's office can answer. But I know that they want to know about how to deal with potentially effects, how to deal with what funeral home that's going to want to go to. So they're going to need to determine that stuff. There's probably other legal documents that only the medical examiner's office can answer those questions. I can't. For me, I was trying to put them in contact so that they would have a point of contact of who to speak with, and to establish that so that when the time came that information could be released about their loved ones and the manner in which they died, that they would be able to share that information with them. And they would already have those lines of communication open.
So was your role strictly limited to providing them with contact information? Did you ever make calls to the medical examiner?
It was,
for people?
it was mainly for that. There was time later on where family members had called and we were able to release that information. And so I would be a point of contact for the family and spoke to the family to say, this is what I've learned. You can contact the medical examiner's office who can provide you, because I am not a medical expert in any way. And so they could provide more answers than I could, other than the bare bone facts.
My question was, did you ever contact the medical examiner's office yourself for certain family members in relation to this mass casualty?
I'm sure that I did call the medical examiner's office saying, so-and-so or so-and-so did this or that, or was looking for this or that.
And what would trigger your intervention to move up from just providing a contact to making the call, a direct request from a family member?
I'm not sure what you mean by intervention.
Well, you can choose whatever word you like, but you understand my question, don't you? Why would you move from just giving contact information to actually making a call to assist a family member at the medical examiner's office? What would be the trigger for you to make the call as opposed to just provide a number?
Because the family member had called me looking for assistance.
Okay. Just had a couple of questions in terms of specifics with my client, Tara Long. There was a statement attributed to you that you had asked when you were in contact with Ms. Long for her to send a photograph of Aaron Tuck, and
Correct.
that you didn't receive that photograph.
Correct.
Right. If I suggest to you this morning that Ms. Long, in fact, emailed you a photograph, but because she was distraught, she entered the incorrect email address, you'd have no basis to disagree with that suggestion this morning, would you?
Done.
Okay. You said earlier this morning that Ms. Long arranged for cleaning services.
Correct.
Her recollection is that she did not do that, and maybe another individual did that. Do you have any basis to disagree that that is not her recollection?
I know in my notes that I wrote that Miss Long, or I believe I read my notes last night, and there were 400 plus pages again. I believe it was Miss Long who called about that house in particular and making the arrangements for doing the cleaning, not knowing who Miss Long was, and wanted to find out whether or not this was actually something that had actually been arranged. Not going to let just anybody into a house.
Right.
And so my recollection is, yes, it was Miss Long, because it was not the Oliver Tuck from another part of the country who had called to make that arrangement for that specific house.
Do you remember which came first, though, the offer to set up cleaning services or sending the photo of Aaron Tuck?
The sending of the photo of Aaron Tuck was like very, very, very early on. The cleaning came later on.
So I wasn't quite understanding when you said a moment ago about the cleaning, not knowing who Ms. Long was. You did know who she
Oh,
was.
no, I knew who she was. But you're just, my understanding is that she had made that arrangement for cleaning.
Okay. As I understand it, Dale McLeod, you know who Dale McLeod is?
I do very well.
So Sean McLeod's father, Scott McLeod's father. He was notified about Sean on formally, I guess, on April 21st, 2 days after. Any explanation you could offer why it would take 2 days for that notification?
Was that a notification done by me?
I don't know that it was by you, but it's a notification by the RCMP. So I'm just wondering if you could offer.
I can't speak
assistance.
to next of kins and when they were done or when they weren't done.
Okay. So you don't remember him as being one of the ones you contacted directly?
I do know I've spoken to Mr. McLeod on a very regular basis. I don't know when was the very first time off the top of my head without reviewing my notes to tell you when that was.
When you say you remember speaking to Mr. McLeod on a very
To
regular
Dale
basis?
McLeod.
To Dale McLeod. And you also spoke to Scott McLeod on a regular basis?
I've spoken with Scott, I've spoken with Christopher, and prior to her passing, I'd spoke with Audrey.
Can you think of any, because again, forward-looking mandate changes that can be made in terms of family liaisons with officers of the RCMP and families that could assist these kinds of events if one was to occur in the future?
Again, if development of policy, development of guidelines, check sheets, training, any of those such things would be very valuable, I think, to have.
Those are my questions, Constable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Scott, do you want to go now, or would you rather? All right, thank you. We'll break then till an hour. Yeah. We'll break for an hour then, 1:15 or thereabouts. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1:15.
Okay, I'm going to put out the text. So let me see. Want to make sure I've got that right. I don't want to dox Skippy, obviously. He might not like that. That's not the way I do things. All right, copy. I'll write a tweet. Give me a moment here. And so please feel free to go and take that text and blast it everywhere, including the MCC, everybody. I want to see that text everywhere. 1:15. What the fuck are you doing? Outrageous. And I'm not sure, like, why. He asked all of the questions except that one. So either he can't ask it or he didn't. He's clearly, it sounds like, listening. Now, how to... I'm thinking I should put a montage together. Yes. Okay. One moment. Where's the picture? I've highlighted all this stuff, so it's probably not very legible then, because I've got all kinds of garbage written all over it. Well, not just colors, which may detract from it, but the point is there. Oh, it doesn't have the time, though. Motherfucker. Let's go back to his notes. One moment, please. Oh, 13:20. And I want to see these logs where it's all going across the radio. $13.11. Okay, well, whilst I'm doing this stuff, I'll share that. Stop screen, share screen, share screen, share screen, share screen. Why does it always do that? Hey, I like where it shows this warning now. 13:11. I received a phone message. This is Jarrett McLeod's notes. I received a phone message from dispatch, actually from Rodney McDonald, who of course got thrown under the bus, that Tara Long was looking for her brother Aaron Tuck and his wife Jolene, 41. Spoke with the member who was doing scene security. Oh, sorry, this is Rodney McDonald's notes. My apologies. Spoke with the member who was doing scene security and said he would send another member to the residence, which I'm confused about because he spoke to Jarrett and Jarrett went. I later heard that the neighbor was deceased and that the neighbor was also found deceased. Again, I'm just regurgitating stuff that many of you heard before. This is from his interview. And so I remember taking a call from somebody, I don't know in what province, Saskatchewan. That's the giveaway, that it's Tara, because Tara's area code is Saskatchewan. She never shifted it. Maybe. And apparently her brother, and of course, I think that's only one person we're talking about, lived out in Portapique, and she couldn't get a hold of him. And at the time, I knew there were a lot of people being diverted from Portapique and the residents to the fire halls, like the comfort zone, a safe place. And so I said, well, he might be there. You know, I don't know for sure. I got his name and whatnot, Aaron's. And so from there, I contacted a corporal, Jarrett McDonald, down there who was working, and asked dispatch who was working down there, or I looked it up on a computer and somehow found out who was down there. I called him up and I said, yeah, I can't do it right now. And he said, but I'm the only one here at my post, but I'll go as soon as I can and have it taken care of. So I come to find out later, I heard him on the radio, and it was him, quote, I'm at the residence, and, end quote. So I get the same, it's the same residence, and like, it just seems like there's so much missing here. So I get the same residence. I gave to him the number, the address, which is not. He later reported, yeah, we have two or three casualties here. So I knew it wasn't good. And then I think he went next. He went to the wrong house. He went to the neighbor's house, and then he went to the correct house. Actually, that reads differently now that I'm reading it again. Anyway, okay, which I gave him, and those people, the brother and his wife, were deceased as well, the correct house. So after that, I questioned dispatch, you see, and it's like, it was so strange. It was like, just, I can't explain these kinds of things, but you know, those things that happen in life where you just catch it at the right moment, right? And it looks to be like Rodney McDonald is like, oh, okay, you know, I don't know, should I be doing this? And he just takes the phone call, and then he's like, okay, I'll call down to Jarrett. And then he starts to question himself. And he's like, oh, did I do something? Why? Because the file was generated. As soon as it went out over the air, I can't remember where the notes are on that one. It says that the file was generated. Then he goes to Skippy. Jarrett does. Went to the wrong house, which correct house. Those people were, the brother were deceased as well. So after I questioned dispatch, I said, you know, should we be getting these calls? I think I think I might have called on the phone because I didn't. At that point, there's a lot on the radio, which we don't have. So I don't know if I called him on the radio or what, but he said, should we be fielding these calls? I questioned it, right? And they said, yeah, it will be going down to the members to take care of these calls, was the initial decision. That was before the corporal found the members. This sentence doesn't jive with me, but I'll read it as it reads. That was before the corporal found the members, or found, I think it was before as soon as I got off the phone with the girl out west and spoke to the corporal down there, I think that's when I called dispatch and I said, listen, should we be taking these calls out on the street here? And the answer was yes. So I didn't think it was right. But anyhow, then I think I found out what the results were. He never got back to me. Or he broadcasted over the radio. So I knew what, the results of that were. I didn't have to be called. Maybe like later on we spoke about it, but I don't think so. So then I took another call from somebody else, another family member from somewhere else. And this time I said, I think that's when I called dispatch. Yeah, I think I phoned it in this time. See, he's doubting. I said, listen, I don't think we should be taking these calls. We're trying to do things out here. Is there any way that somebody else can take these calls? And at that point, they did have Sergeant Dave Lilly. I think he's the one that took those calls because I spoke with him, gave him the information. So other than that, I went out to relieve Nick Dorrington. Who, what? Oh, sorry, it's covered up. This is his superior, the one that he broke the chain of command with. Peterson is Nick Dorrington's superior. The three amigos busted the chain of command. Can't find any record why they're brought in, right? Nobody ordered it. They just came. They did their own thing. No, there's an order. And certainly after 34 years in the military, he understands chain of command. Who was up all night guarding the scene? Who never went to Cobequid, even though it's in his notes. Go there. He didn't. He just drove around. He was there, though, at 10:26. Stops out in front of the bonds. So I think I stayed there. I didn't get there till 5. Okay, now. So it's just like one of those freak moments. Just the right time. That's it. All these people phoning every which way from Sunday. And I'm fairly certain if Tara is here, she would say she was calling all kinds of people. She just happened to call again and get the right person. Rodney Peterson, the one that they don't like for whatever reason. But why would Bent send this message if it's 3:11? So there's a big delay there too, right? Message goes out 1:15, no response. Okay, that probably should have been an indicator right there. There's a problem. No response. And then the phone call, 3:11, Tara to Peterson, Peterson to Jarrett, Jarrett to seems like just himself. And then he goes down and checks on it. And then 5:30, Bent is like, what the hell are you doing? Basically. Because it's nonsensical to say, the person says, I found bodies. The response is, Did you clear that with MCU? The question is very disturbing. Why would he need to clear finding bodies with MCU? Shouldn't you be shitting your pants? Shouldn't you be rushing over there? No, Bent decides I'm going to pick up the phone and call Jerry on top of it. Jerry, did you clear this? No. And then we get into all the mix-up, which then gets into the Olivers. And they're not happy about it, to the best of my knowledge, and I should never speak on anybody else's behalf. But that's my understanding. There is some very big confusion between Jerry and the Olivers. But it all started with one phone call. Just happened to be the right time, the right person, right? That was spoken to. Who right away was like, oh, I don't know about this one. Interesting. Figured out there's GPS all over him, so better do drive-bys to show he somewhat followed orders. Well, but if he'd followed orders, then why didn't he stop? Why didn't he go at 11:10? Why didn't he go to the Zolls? Zolls equally important, right? Obviously, everybody's equally important in this. Everybody. But I think specifically Cobequid opened up a can of whoop-ass. 45. Why do you need to put in your FIS notes that you broke and entered? Cindy seems to indicate that her curtains were drawn. And I really don't want to bring too much attention to Cindy, because that's not. But the question is there. Why then would, if they did go and see that there was no car there was nobody present, I don't know when or how they spoke to Cindy, definitely the next day. They did an interview after FIS went to the house, broke and entered their house, to which there's no other documentation other than they did. And then that nothing happened there. Why would you need to make note that nothing happened there? Seems off. Back in a bit. Timer out. Timer on. Shared on Facebook. Thank you. Thank you for the shares, because that's the only way we're going to get the message out. So, I'm not sure how to phrase the text exactly. Okay, and can I add another one? Why do I not have Ben's notes open? And they kind of just skimmed past that, the question of MCU. And none of it is recorded, of course, because there's no logs of any of it. So there's the timeline, like 1:15, 3:11, 5:30, 4:46, 5:30. Of course, I'm not finding Ben's notes. Why? Just when I need them. Of course. What the hell? Where's Ben's notes? Strange. Okay. I don't seem to have it named. And yes, I did put his notes down in the thing. Again, it's a lot of stuff, so it's a lot of different pieces. So let's just read what Ben wrote. 5:30. Attend Griffin residence address obtained same. Address obtained same. And you can gather that he was talking about medication. I think it's for Peter Griffin's father. As I was preparing to leave, I was told by GD member that they were tasked in checking all residents for bodies or anyone who may be injured. This is the critical part here. Asked if this was tasked by MCU, told no. Okay, that's part one. Why would you ask? Part two, called Corporal Jerry Rose. Okay, his boss, who was number one in the investigation, who was down there very early in the morning, like very early, meaning, post midnight. Can't remember what time he arrives. Was tasked by MCU. Called Jerry Rose, who tasked me to go to all the homes to check for victims, persons requiring help. Told GD more victims at 41 and 46. Part two. Not only do you ask, was it cleared? Then you call to make sure. What do I do? Do I go down there? Should I go down there? Can I go down there? Very strange behavior. People could literally be dying on that street. You don't know, right? So why would you need to check? To see if that's okay? $5:30. And 4:46 was when the bodies, I believe, were first found. And then you have this 45 business, which I don't understand. And of course, you notice this, please. Nobody wants to use names of anybody. They don't want to use Aaron's name. They don't want to use Jarrett's name. They don't want to use Tara's name. Not that I believe that Rodney would specifically remember that. Don't want to use it, though. Don't want to use names. That's seems to me like you don't want to tell people anything. So then people have to dig and piece things together. Let's see here. Dorrington is a crack shot. He's a sniper. Moving APC, Bosnia with RCR. Okay, question. Because I'm not military. I have no idea. Could Dorrington have been JTF2? Those for don't know, Joint Task Force 2, which is Canada's elite special forces. I'm going into IT. Where's that book? Written by the sergeant down in the United States, all about the propaganda war he had to fight. Very interesting. see what happens. Well, thank you to, I don't want to, thank you very much. Who's down there? Very interesting. I don't want to ask about that, apparently. It's very hard to track down CF, real possibility to finish CF in JTF2 or military intelligence. Remember the statement I read the other day? And I was really alarmed because there was multiple people that the person referred to when they walked into Bible Hill. And they said, usual crew. I can't remember whose statement it is. I think it was Bernard's. And he said that whoever it was said that a lot of JTF2 in the room. Like, what the fuck, man? What are we running here? Is it military intelligence? Not to be tinfoil. That's just a fact. Bernard's statement said JTF2. Thank you. I wasn't sure. Why? JTF2 is, to my knowledge, I did work with a guy who was in JTF2. And to the best of my recollection, he said, JTF2, not a very big group. It's like really small. Do you know the numbers on basically on the unit size? GTF2 is an elite operations Canadian Armed Forces under Canadian Special Operations Forces Command. JTF2 known to work with other special operations such as Delta Force, SEAL Team 6, and British SAS, and has distinguished itself highly secretive world of special operations unit. Serving as the centerpiece of Canadian operations, JTF2 primarily tasked with counterterrorism, both domestic and abroad, direct action, special reconnaissance and surveillance, hostage rescue, protective security, foreign internal defense, and other high-value tasks. Much of the information regarding JTF2 is classified. It is not commented on by the government of Canada. Very secretive. They are very secretive. I think it's only recently that they started showing their faces, even publicly. They used to obscure their faces entirely if they were doing a story on them. Now, do we have numbers? Do you know, Todd? Tony says 300. Second PPCLI. Oh, who is PPCLI? Supposedly. Branda. With Balin. Branda. See, like, this is how secretive it is. 2006, a federal court judge rejected a request to proceed a court-martial against an unnamed JTF2 officer accused of assaulting and mistreating a subordinate. Because the court-martial requests require the accused be named, judge suggested that they explore other avenues. Benches, yes, the Princess Patricia's. I don't know. I don't know what Brenda is, but she's not who she says she is. She's not just a nobody. She certainly is not just a nobody. She's somebody special. Working down in Washington the whole time that she's supposedly in the military for a private organization. Little great. Currently 250 JTF troops. The true number is classified. Okay. Anyway, I'm really going off, but I the pieces, as long as we've got the pieces kind of there, right? Bernard says that exists. Dorrington's got a lot of medals. He's had a 34-year career in the military. Claims he doesn't understand how chain of command works. Total bullshit. Who are all the other members that are in JTF2? Because the way that Bernard's statement read, it wasn't one person that was JTF2. He said, usual cast of characters. I can't quite verbatim recall it, but he was inferring multiple people. No, I don't know anything about Brenda being married into Bill Marno's family. Brenda, I believe, well, she was definitely police. You know, she goes on and on about her police skills, which, if your police skills, I'm not sure why you're having problems. You're part of the military police. Wouldn't you get your military police friends to come and help? Sorry. All right, well, let's just get the text out for now. I'll write a message later. So, murder of crows. I always like that group of crows called Murder of Crows. I can hear them outside. Was that person who I was talking about who mentioned something about the text in the room there? They want to mention what they did and the response? If not, I understand. text stuff. Okay. All right. I think that's worded. Why does Constable Bent text Aaron Tuck only to find out later? Oh, shit. Okay. Can you give me a moment, please? I'll be right back. Okay, my apologies. Need to save some characters here. Do I have an and? I can stick an ampersand in there. Okay, I can delete brackets. That's 2 characters. Notes indicate. Indicated. Oh, we'll do indicate. That he asked. That's not proper. I'm very particular about English, even though I'm barely literate anymore. Okay. Well, oops. Now, I think that's actually that's proper English. Okay, now I'm going to tweet that out. please send that around. Go and download it. Write your own message. Send it around to MCU. Let's start getting some pressure out there because we got lunchtime to do this, folks. And this is a real, again, it's just one piece of many. And it isn't to single out. It's not what this is about. It's about just finding truths, right? So let's get on this one, please, people. I'll drop it over in the Discord. Where's that? Here. I hate tech. Tech blows. I'm going to be ready to throw it all in the toilet. I have a very nice computer. It's too bad people mess with it. I could give it away. All right, so I dropped it over in the Discord. Please feel free to disseminate that all over your stuff, in your social media, however you feel fit. We've got some time before lunch. You can cite the MCU, cite the RCMP with their lack of toys or whatever they're into today, whatever skirt they're hiding behind 13 years of service. Heidi, oh, sorry, you got that one wrong. I know someone who was 38, 39 got in. Okay, so there's lots of discussion here about PT. Okay, now, what was that? To go back. Right. So, this document has errors. Here. I didn't want to touch on the tapes, but I think I'll leave that for now. Minimize that window. 80 pages. Okay, notification. Can't really get into that one. Things are afoot. So please, please, please. I want to see some. How do I link the Tweeties? All right, got one comment. I'll how do you do this? Share thing. How do you do share? Shouldn't there just be a share button? Share. Okay. Copy. Okay. Here's the link to the tweet on the tweeters. Thank you for those of you who are pumping it out. I did not politely ask in the Discord about sending that around, but it's certainly sitting there. No, my Discord. Okay, there we go. So it is sitting there. Feel free, go and take it, do whatever you want with it. I want some pressure. That's 4 hours. 4 hours plus. Oh, sorry, 3 hours, 15, 3 hours, 11, 31 minutes. That's problematic. with direct proof. Okay. Now, there was some mention. And I want to try and get into Tom's stuff too. I feel, though, I don't know. It's not my place to do some of this stuff unless I have okays. I don't like to step in places that I shouldn't. So why don't we look at the Tux stuff still. So this is the document I linked before. Family of Jolene Oliver, Aaron Tuck, Emily Tuck. Jolene Oliver, Aaron Tuck, and Emily Tuck were residents at Portapique who lived at blank. Why? Cobequid Court. Emily Tuck was Jolene and Aaron's daughter. Jolene Oliver, Aaron Tuck, and Emily Tuck died in their home. Additional information about their deaths can be found in Portapique foundational document. Bonnie Oliver is Jolene Oliver's mother, Emily Tuck's grandmother. Crystal Mendiuk is Tammy, and Tammy Oliver McCurdy are Jolene's sisters and Emily's aunt. Sarah Mendiuk is Jolene's niece and Emily's cousin. They all live in Alberta, where Jolene and Emily were born, and where Jolene grew up. Beverly Andrews is Aaron Tuck's adoptive mother, who is deceased, is his aunt. The sister is his aunt. Tara Long is his biological half-sister of Aaron Tuck. Aaron Tuck was adopted as a child, and he and Tara Long met as adults. That's subjective again. 16 years old. But, yeah. Beverly Andrews and Tara Long both reside in Nova Scotia. Around 10 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time, 7 a.m. Alberta. On April 19th, Bonnie Oliver called Jolene's cell phone. There was no answer. When there was no answer a second time, Bonnie assumed that they had gone out. Bonnie turned on the television and saw reports of shootings in Portapique. The Oliver family, including Bonnie and her daughters, Crystal and Tammy, made multiple attempts to contact Jolene, Aaron, and Emily by phone and text, of course, which there would be records of on their phones, wouldn't there be? And received no response. Bonnie called the RCMP and was told that they were really busy and that she should try calling the Bible Hill RCMP detachment instead. Bonnie called the Bible Hill detachment, but was given no information. She left her contact information and information about Aaron Tuck, Jolene Oliver, and Emily Tuck. And they've got all these links. Again, this was what I tweeted out last night. There was a request made by, not a request, subpoena for the phone records of the detachments. And what? They said that there is no phone records. Well, that's utter bullshit. You know that, right? By approximately 11 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time, Bonnie was so distraught that Crystal and Tammy took over the efforts to contact the RCMP. Multiple provinces, a lot of people calling. This is just mentioning, and obviously as is the case with everybody's family. A lot of family members and friends contacting. Sometime between 12:30 and 1 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time, Sarah Mendiuk reached out to a number of Emily Tuck's friends via social media, looking for information about Emily on what was happening in Portapique. Someone responded to Sarah that she had tried to go to the scene, but that the area was blocked off. I think I've seen that before. 1240, Bonnie, somebody actually created a group, funnily enough, just about this to find what the hell was going on the Facebook. 1240, Bonnie called 911. Okay, this is the links it's going to. This is getting bad. Looking for information on Jolene and Emily and Aaron. Bonnie continued to calling hospitals, local RCMP throughout the afternoon. Finally, a family member saw an update in the news from Corporal Lisa Croteau on the RCMP media from the RCMP Media Relations Unit. The family Googled her name, found her direct phone number. Sarah left a message at 3:10. Crystal made 3 attempts to call Corporal Croteau after that. Finally, Crystal's third attempt, someone answered, and asked her how she obtained the phone number. Crystal explained the reason for her call and left her contact information after providing personal identifying information for Jolene, Aaron, and Emily. 3:11, Rodney Peterson receives the message. Dispatch phoning Tara Long was looking for information on Aaron and Jolene. Corporal Peterson spoke to another member, unnamed, Jared, who said that he would send a member to the residence. Now, you see, I get confused with this part. Is it Jared or is it not? Corporal, so maybe he spoke to somebody else. I don't know. Corporal 320. Corporal Jarrett McDonald took over for Sergeant Andy O'Brien as Scene Security Commander, Portapique Highway 2. His notes indicate that over the course of the shift, the OCC sent messages to MWS about inquiries from people worried about well-being in persons who lived in the area. One of the inquiries came from a woman whose information about her sister who lived on Cobequid. Okay, that's later. That skips ahead in the notes. Actually, that's not true. McDonald's notes indicate it came from Alberta. Corporal McDonald attended blank and blank Cobequid Court in response to concerned family members. But that's because of the phone call from Jared, right? Jared, who then got the phone call just the right times. This all appears to be information found related to something that happened on Cobequid Court. Corporal McDonald's vehicle was parked outside blank Cobequid Court between 4:49 and 4:52. Corporal McDonald was the first RCMP member to physically investigate the home. And in doing so, he observed 2 deceased bodies of the Tuck family. Interesting. Differs from Rodney's recollection, but okay. Corporal McDonald's notes indicate that when he approached the residence at blank Cobequid Court, he looked inside the main door. He observed the male lying in the doorway. Now, hold on one moment. I do want to go back and just check if that is, in fact, what Jared's notes say. That he did go to the Tucks right away. A lot of people's statements are missing, which is very interesting. Nice bird outside. There's 2 files. I noticed this also with somebody else involved in a situation down in Cobequid. There are 2 files listed for the exact same item. Why? Okay, Jared McDonald member report. Corporal McDonald traveled to Cobequid, identified 46. Approached. The door was open. Corporal McDonald went to the door, identified male lying inside the door, female on the deceased on the floor. Then he traveled to 41. So you got it that wrong. Rodney Peterson's recollection is correct. McDonald's follows. Okay. But not the MCC. They say it goes to Bond. Anyway, all right. Goes to Tux first. Okay. Sometime 5:30, Corporal Rose Bartholomew tasked sometime after. It's in Bent's notes at 5:30. Tasked Bent to go and look at all the homes. That was after, the two. Did you clear that? And I better check that. Whether we should go over there. Constable Bent to go and check in the homes. Portapique. Additional persons requiring help. It wasn't just Bent. It was Bent, Wood, and Jarrett. Went all three. Corporal Rose, Wayne Fowler, and actually I'm going to go back to just move forward in the conversation. Constable Bent checking the homes. Portapique area, do you recall anything about the conversation that you had with Wayne? Now, Jerry's, I haven't read this document entirely. Jerry's interview includes the stuff about the Olivers having a very different recollection of the events. Wonder if that's going to come up here, or will they just kind of that off? Jerry Rose, no, not right offhand. I don't know that any of the members. I know that members were going systematically checking each residence as per the briefing of the CIC. Not a very big neighborhood. Again, not anticipating at this point anything else at this time. There's obviously a number of things going on at some scenes. And then they get a call that they located another body, and I asked Skipper to go down there. Major Crime Resource, MCU, all in-house, to report back on what was going on and to make sure. Not that I don't trust GIS. I always found that part interesting. Not that I don't trust GIS, General Investigative Section, which of course is Brown, Lanson, guys down there, but I felt, I know Skipper had already tasked out, but you're in the office, another body comes in, you're kind of looking around like, okay, we want somebody down there now. Well, of course, why would Constable Bent feel the need to see if this was okay and then double check with Jerry if it's okay? And I tasked Skipper to go down, make sure things were processed properly and be, again, direct conduit so he could be my eyes on the ground, because there's still a number of hundreds of things coming in at that time. Still relay to me as to what exactly he was seeing down there. So again, very direct. Just like Skippy is siloing. Constable Bent notes that when he was checking homes down the Portapique area, he noted a third person on Cobequid Court, who was later identified as Emily Tuck. A report was made to Colchester Radio, which we don't have, identified as BH, whatever, and of course unnamed, which is what they do in East Hants logs too. 537-51. There were 3 people deceased at blank Cobequid Court.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
Sorry. At this time, Constable Forrest was in Portapique, directed by Sergeant O'Brien to start covering bodies so the fire department could put out remaining fires. Hunter Road still going 8:20 something in the evening. He met up with an unknown member, of course it's unknown, and began checking Cobequid homes. Constable Bant, Wood, and McDonald were other members checking homes in the area. Constable Forrest's notes indicate that other members, okay, so they did put Wood in there, who there's nothing for. Other members, no interviews with these people, by the way. None with Bant, none with Wood, none with McDonald. And no notes for Wood. McDonald, there is just his little brief notes there typed. Indicate that other members had stated that there were 2 or 3 bodies in the homes. Again, Emily's not found till later, right? 2 or 3. Constable Forrest notes say that all the homes in Cobequid Court were checked. Okay, so then if all of them were checked, why do you feel the need the next day to go and break into Cindy's? And then make a note in your FIS file. Only forensics investigators feel the need to break into Cindy's home. They didn't break into anybody else's home. And make a notation, nothing happened here. Strange. Between 4:02 and 6:30, Rene Lebranche, OCC, sent several emails to Major Case Command Triangle. Requests about information.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. I'll ask Officer Bent to.
Hopefully, they're going to ask.
Afternoon, Constable Bent. My name is Michael Scott, and I'm here on behalf of a number of those who are most affected by the mass casualty event. I have a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I think this morning your evidence was that you had never acted as a family liaison in the past.
Not to this kind of a capacity.
Had you ever been appointed as a family liaison?
Just as I had earlier said about, I think all police officers who do frontline policing work, who are dealing with the public, responding to complaints, it may not be an official family liaison, but you are, because you're dealing with people and their families.
So do I understand you correctly? What you're saying is that any RCMP officer would have experience in liaising with families?
I would say any police officer, whether it be municipal or RCMP, depending on what kind of work they did. For example, someone on the ERT team who only ever did that may not actually have done, face-to-face policing with people, taking complaints.
Okay. And am I correct that you said this morning that you had received no training or weren't aware of any standard operating procedures with regard to being appointed as a family liaison?
Correct.
And in this instance, you were appointed as the family liaison broadly on the 19th.
Correct.
Okay. And did I understand correctly that at that time, it wasn't clear to you how many families you would be responsible for?
I knew that I was dealing with the families, but not with Constable Stevenson's family.
Okay. Do I understand correctly that Constable Stevenson, her family had a dedicated family liaison?
Yes, that's correct.
And Constable Chad Morrison had a separate family liaison?
That's correct.
Right. And then you would be responsible for everyone else?
That's correct.
Are you aware, and maybe you're not, but are you aware of why Constables Stevenson and Morrison would have their own liaisons and then the families would have a different liaison?
Not for Constable Morrison, but unfortunately I've had a friend of mine who was an RCMP officer who was murdered in the line of duty. And I know that the RCMP had assigned a family liaison specifically to that officer.
Okay. And as the days went on past April 19th and 20th and 21st, How was the list compiled of those family members that you would be liaising with? How was that list generated?
The list was a work product that began with Corporal McKay, who was putting that together. It was on the shared drive where we all had access to it. We could look at it. If there was something that we had learned, we were able to add something, a person who may be for a family or not, phone numbers, addresses, anything such as that, then we could update that list as we went. When I spoke to somebody from each family, I asked people if they would be willing to be the contact person for the family. And so if those people were willing to take on that role, in some instances, there were folks who said, why don't you use me as a contact instead? Because so-and-so is not able to deal with this right now. In 2 occasions off the top of my head, it was a spouse of someone who'd lost somebody, or actually in both those occasions right off the top of my head, yes, it was a spouse.
You didn't have any dealings with Deputy Chief Darrell Curry, did you?
I don't even know who he is.
Was there any discussion when you were appointed as the family liaison officer as to what the scope of your role would be? I know you told us this morning that you would be responsible for passing on information to the families and being their point of contact. And I think you also said that you sort of your own accord took on some other duties as well. But taking us back to when you were appointed, were you communicating with the people that you were reporting to as regards what exactly you would be doing or what you would be responsible for?
I knew from what we have asked other officers who've been our family liaisons on files that we've gone elsewhere and we've worked on, of what we've asked of them, which is to be that conduit between the family and the investigators, to relay information back and forth. I knew it was very important in having discussions with Corporal McKay and with Corporal Roseworth-Hume, that it was very important for them that we provide support to the families. We have never had an officer who's been assigned as a liaison officer for any of our other files that was their sole responsibility. For example, that officer I was talking about in Cape Breton earlier, that officer was still responding to calls, was still taking calls as they were coming in, but would still meet with that family when there was information to pass on, or if there was he would provide, or she, would provide that phone number to that person so they could call him to ask for more information. For Corporal McKay and Corporal Roseworth-Hume, they realized the scope of this, and they wanted to have a dedicated officer to that. So there were a couple of other little tasks I ran. A lady from Pictou County called me because she had information, and I was asked to go take a statement from her because I had dealt with her on a previous file and had a rapport with her. And it was just something that took me away from the other duties for maybe 30 minutes. So yes.
If you were the conduit, as it were, for information being provided to the families, am I correct that the information that would be allowed to be given to the families was being vetted through you? You weren't making the decisions about what information was being passed on to the families. Is that correct?
Correct. I wasn't vetting any information. Any information that was provided to me by Corporal Roseworth-Hume was what I was sharing.
Right. So to the best of your understanding, Corporal Roseworth-Hume was the one deciding what the families would be told. You're the liaison passing that message on.
That's correct. He would pass that on.
And it was your understanding that you didn't have any particular discretion in that regard. Whatever you were authorized by the corporal to pass on is what you would pass on.
I could pass on stuff that wasn't related to that. I could pass on stuff such as, you can contact this person or this person, you're looking for assistance, maybe this. That's not stuff that I call Corporal Roseworth-Hume about on every occasion. If it was something that they were looking for, more assistance, that perhaps for example, in just reviewing my notes earlier, I noticed that someone had called and said, my funding for victim services has run out. You know, I took that upon myself to contact victim services and say, hey, can you work with these folks and see if there's something else you can do? So that's not something, but that wasn't information related to the investigation. That was more outside of that scope. When it came to the information of the investigation specifically and as to what was going on there, then yes, everything came through Corporal Roseworth-Hume, and what was from him was passed on.
You spoke this morning about things that might be deemed holdback evidence.
Correct.
That being evidence that we wouldn't want to share publicly for fear of compromising the ongoing investigation.
Correct.
Would you have been part of the conversation with either Corporal Rose Bethune or Corporal McKay or anyone else about what would be considered holdback evidence and therefore necessarily withheld, or were you simply advised of what information you were allowed to pass on? And again, I'm specifically talking about information with regard to that would touch on the investigation.
When you look at the command triangle, I'm not part of the command triangle. So I would have some information. I wouldn't know what that holdback was unless I was brought in and given that. Typically, when we run our investigations, very few members of the team will have knowledge of what that actual holdback information could be. So I wouldn't know what was or wasn't able to be passed on. Only what I was told that I could pass along.
And how were you being briefed on developments in the investigation? Were you being briefed separately or with everyone else?
Corporal Roseworth-Hume sat beside me. If there was ever a question that came from someone, he and I would have an open conversation about that.
And in that regard, to the extent that you're passing on information, would you agree with me that it wouldn't have been appropriate for you to do things like offer your own personal opinions?
I was asked on one occasion of what I thought of something, and I made it very clear that it was not the opinion of the RCMP, that there was no way we would ever know this, that there was no way we would ever prove it, that they asked for my opinion as to what I believed, and I provided them with my opinion of what seemed reasonable.
And you're referring to, you were talking about this morning in talking to a family who had suggested to them that the perpetrator had killed their loved ones first.
That's correct.
And I think what you said was, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you weren't saying that in your capacity as an RCMP liaison officer, you were saying it sort of in your...
I was just saying it as myself, as to what to me would seem reasonable, what any person who would know that this is the starting time we have and this is an ending time, that it seemed reasonable.
But you were communicating with that family in your role, quite literally, as an RCMP liaison officer. Right?
Absolutely.
And presumably it was your understanding that that family was asking you those questions because you were an RCMP officer.
Yes.
Assigned to communicate to them information on behalf of the RCMP.
I was doing that, but on this occasion, they had asked for my opinion, which I had told them repeatedly was not that of the RCMP, that this had never been proven, would not be proven, that we didn't have any reasonable way of ever knowing this stuff.
In retrospect, do you think that that was ill-advised?
Only probably because it wasn't recorded.
What difference would that make?
It probably would have made it easier at that point in time to say, this is what was out there, this is what was said.
Are you of the understanding that there's any dispute about what was said?
Not of this information, no. Not that I know of. I haven't heard of anyone saying that there's anything in dispute, so.
Right. So I'm sorry, why would it be beneficial if it had been recorded about the incident that we're talking about?
I'm just saying that it would be clear that I had spoken in that instance, and I had said on numerous occasions that it was my opinion, it was not that of the RCMP's.
So you're saying as if you had offered your personal opinion on a different occasion and there was some confusion as to what role, then it would have been helpful if you had recorded it.
Correct.
Right. So were there other instances where you were offering your personal opinion to family members?
None that I can recall off the top of my head. I mean, there were times when people would ask me, the media is calling me, what do you think I should do? again, I've never been trained for this. I don't know what to, what is the correct answer, what's not the correct answer. I was asked a question and I told them, it's up to you. It's up to you to decide whether or not you wish to talk to somebody in the media. Is that coming from the RCMP? Is that coming from me? It's a kind of a, I'm having this conversation with someone who has asked me for help, for some advice. So are they asking me only because would they not talk to you, for example, and ask you the same question? Someone who they just happen to know and may have some kind of expertise or have happenings in that regard. To me, that was, if you want to call it personal advice, then fine, it was personal advice, but I'm looking at it as I'm asked that question, and if it's something I could do to help this family member who's dealing with something that they're having an issue with, then that's what I'm here to do.
Is that how you would describe it? In certain circumstances, you were providing personal advice to the families?
It was my role to help these folks out, to do whatever I could to help them. I don't see how, a question such as that, for example, really violates anything one way or the other. It's just someone's asking for some help, and I'm not trying to offer some help. At the end of the day, here's what I'm saying. You can make an informed decision here as to what you want to do now.
Using that instance as an example, talking about the order of when things happened in Portapique, was your personal opinion on that based on any special evidence or information that you had, or was it simply you speculating?
Just taking everything into perspective for these folks. I know some folks had told me that, I'm tired of being contacted, by the media or whatever else it was. And again, it's just trying to offer some comfort, offer a little bit of reassurance that, they're capable of making these decisions on their own. And if it's me just providing a little bit of guidance to them to help them to make those decisions, they're the ones ultimately making the decision at the end of the day.
Would you not distinguish between, say, if somebody asked you to reach out to their insurance company or for advice on how to handle the media? That might not be something that you would normally deal with, correct?
No, I don't normally deal with insurance companies.
But if somebody was asking for that assistance in some way that you could do it, you would do that.
I did on a few occasions, yes, help with insurance companies just to help with the process of if somebody needed to have a claim that they were having issues with an insurance company, such as the insurance company needed a file number or to know that their the person making the claim wasn't involved in some way, wasn't a perpetrator of the reason why the loved one was deceased now.
Would you not distinguish those sorts of attempts to help informally with offering your personal opinion on the events that occurred in the mass casualty and things that would bear directly on the investigation?
I don't believe I ever offered any kind of personal opinions as to why the mass casualty happened.
No, but you did offer that on how it happened.
On how it happened?
Right.
I'm not quite sure what you mean, sir.
Well, by offering your opinion on the timeline of events or when which family was killed.
A timeline of events, yes, but not how it happened. I never offered how it happened. I offered what my opinion was and mine alone of what seemed reasonable at the time.
Do I understand correctly that in either late April or early May of 2020, you had a phone call with the family of John Zoll regarding identification of remains at the scene?
I may have. I don't recall right off the top of my head.
Do you recall contacting Mr. Zoll's family and making inquiries as to, or suggesting to the family that there may have been other people in the house?
I believe, if I recall correctly, that the Zoll residents had a very large cat in the house. There was something that if that is the correct, and I don't recall off the top of my head if that's correct, but there was an animal in one of the houses that was burnt. And we were trying to determine if there may have been somebody visiting at this residence.
So do I understand correctly that those remains were found, and before they were identified as being human or animal, you contacted the family to offer the suggestion of whether maybe there had been somebody else visiting at the time?
I wasn't offering a suggestion at all, was asking and trying to determine if there may have been.
Right. And who directed you to make that phone call?
That would have come from the command triangle from Corporal Roseberthium.
So you were specifically tasked with making those inquiries?
Correct.
Was there any reason to believe that that Mr. Zoll's daughter would have information of that sort? You were aware at the time that she lived in the U.S.
That's correct.
Right. Did anyone have any reason to believe that that she would have specific information about who was in the house that night?
She's related, and we have no reason to believe that she wouldn't know who it was.
Did you suggest to her that the RCMP was concerned that perhaps some of the grandchildren had been in the house that night?
I believe by that point, it was known that they were not there.
So is
By
that a no?
late April, early May, I believe it was well known that one was in Nova Scotia and had been calling and was alive and well, and the other one was in the U.S.
Right. So am I correct that you did not?
No, it was again determination trying to figure out if there may have been someone visiting.
Presumably no forensic examination of those remains had been completed at that point, correct?
I can't speak to that. I don't know when forensic examination was or wasn't done. To me, it's reasonable to believe that I was tasked because it hadn't been done.
And my understanding is that subsequently those remains were identified as being animal remains.
Again, I don't recall which house off the top of my head those were found at, but yes, there was an identification of remains that were found to be animal.
And I appreciate that it sounds like you were tasked by the Command Triangle to contact Ms. Albruin about potential other victims, but were you advised at all as to why that phone call was made before the remains were examined by those that could determine whether they were human or animal?
I was not.
You spoke earlier today about your role in bringing items back to family members. And I think you said that one of the things you would do is, take it upon yourself to do things like clean jewelry before you handed them back to members of the family.
Correct.
Yeah. And I wanted to ask you about two vehicles. The first one being the vehicle of Kristen Beaton. And you were present when her husband, Nick Beaton, attended to retrieve her belongings.
Correct.
And do I understand correctly that you retrieved those belongings out of a tote that was actually in Miss Beaton's car?
Sorry, out of a tote that was in the car?
Or a bag of some sort, but that the items were actually in the car?
There were many, many items in that car. It was full of items. Previous to his arrival, myself and Constable Josh Bircham had gone through that vehicle to take out as much as we could to assist so that Mr. Beaton wouldn't have to go through that vehicle to take all the stuff out.
But Mr. Beaton did go through the vehicle, did he not?
He looked through the vehicle afterwards, yes.
Right, and while it was still at I believe it was the Bible Hill.
Correct.
RCMP. Is there any reason why the items weren't taken out of the car? Why Mr. Beaton was sent to retrieve them from the vehicle?
We were returning the vehicle to him. He has to sign for the vehicle. He had wanted to see the vehicle.
Sorry. No interruptions, please. He's under oath. Yes, he is. No more interruptions, please. Mr. Scott?
The vehicle at the point that Mr. Beaton was there had not been, it had been, I think the word is processed, correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell us what it means to process a vehicle like that in those circumstances?
That just means that the forensic identification section has done what they do with vehicles. I can't speak as to what they do with vehicles other than they examine them.
So you're understanding that the purpose of FIS when they're going through a vehicle like that is to do things like document it, take pictures, see what evidence is in the vehicle,
Correct?
right? But the vehicle isn't cleaned or prepared in any way for the family to receive it back.
That's correct.
And do I understand that at the time there was no policy governing best practices for how to give back a vehicle like that to someone like Nick Beaton?
There's not that I know of.
No.
I don't know what you had said there wasn't, but I don't know if there has been a new one made or not. I have not seen that or been aware of.
You're not aware of, if there has been one subsequently produced, you're not aware of it.
I'm not aware of.
You had the foresight, however, when it came to things like personal items, to clean presumably things like blood off of jewelry.
With the stuff that we had received from the medical examiner's office, yes.
Was there any, did you turn your mind to, or was there any discussion with those you were reporting to as to how to handle things like somebody like Mr. Beaton showing up and being confronted with the vehicle that his wife was murdered in?
There was not that I recall.
Okay.
None that I was a part of.
You were also directly involved in returning Ms. O'Brien's vehicle to her family, correct? And that was given over to the custody of Andrew O'Brien Jr., correct?
I believe so. I believe to he and his wife.
And similarly, that vehicle had been processed by FIS.
That was what I've been told, yes.
Photographs have been taken, evidence had been collected.
Again, that's what I was told, that it had been processed. So I don't know what they did for the processing, but generally that's what would be done.
Right. But it would still show all the signs of trauma, just as it would have been on the side of the road.
Yes.
Right. And you later became aware that certain items were found in that vehicle by the O'Brien family.
That's correct.
And one of those things included a spent shell casing.
Yes, that's correct.
And is it usual that something like that would be left in a vehicle, or should that have been picked up by a forensic examination of that car?
I can't say what they should or shouldn't have picked up. I did not do an examination on that vehicle. That's well beyond my expertise.
You had a number of communications with Mr. Beaton about the return of Kristen Beaton's phone, correct?
Correct.
And a number of the phones of the victims had been collected by the RCMP?
Correct.
And a number of them had been sent for forensic examination by H Division, correct?
Correct.
And not all of the phones that were collected, but several of them.
Again, I don't know. It wasn't my decision to send what phones did or didn't go.
Right. And am I correct that of the phones that were collected, Ms. Beaton's, for some reason, took longer than the others to get returned to her family? Is that your recollection?
My recollection is that it did take a while, yes.
Do you have any understanding of why it would have taken longer? You received the password to get into that phone from Ms. Beaton's husband, correct?
Again, I don't know. I can't speak to that. That would be something to come from our digital forensic section who does that stuff. I know they are responsible for the province. So as to what may have been a higher priority or not, I don't know. It would have to be from them.
But my question was, Mr. Beaton had provided to you a code to access his wife's phone, correct?
From my understanding, yes.
And Mr. Beaton asked you several times when he could have his wife's phone back, correct?
Correct.
And he indicated to you that he wanted it because it would have pictures and her voice was recorded on it?
Correct.
And do you recall providing your opinion to Mr. Beaton on why investigators may want to examine that phone?
It wasn't an opinion. It was, this is why we collect stuff. This is the evidence that we collect. We don't know what we don't know, and we need to know what's on that phone. We look at everything with wide and work towards where the evidence is.
I believe what you told him was you can't rule anything out. Do you remember that, telling him that?
I may have told him that we were looking at everything.
Do you remember suggesting to him that it may be possible that his wife had a relationship with the perpetrator and they needed to rule that out?
I don't know if those were my exact words, but we needed to follow up on anything that may have been on that phone. We need to look at all possibilities.
I appreciate that you don't remember your exact words, but you do recall that you implied to Mr. Beaton that there was at least some, not conclusions, but that there was some reason to believe that perhaps she had meant to meet the perpetrator at the spot where she had.
No, I didn't make any implication to that at all. I said we were looking at all possible avenues and looking at everything.
But to the extent that anybody would suggest that you told Mr. Beaton that you need to rule out whether or not Kristen Beaton had a relationship with the perpetrator, your evidence here today is that you never said anything of that sort.
My evidence today would be that we needed to rule out everything. If there was something, maybe there was or there wasn't, we need to rule out everything.
And I appreciate that, but you understand that wasn't my question.
Okay, well, please repeat your question
My
then.
question is to the extent that Mr. Beaton or anybody else suggests that you told him that we needed to rule out specifically some sort of relationship between his wife and the perpetrator or some connection between them, your evidence here today is that you never said anything of the sort.
My evidence is that I would have told him that we are looking at everything. At that point in time, what is the relationship as to why he was and wasn't looking at certain people? Why some people were chosen and some people weren't chosen? We have to look at everything out there that's a possibility.
I heard just Skipper say it in my son's heart. I heard you say that. Didn't you tell me that? He said there's 2 witnesses. He said that. He can't do that. He can't lie.
Next, please be seated, sir. Mr. Scott?
He said it in his house.
Yeah. That's enough. That's enough.
Not enough.
No, this is enough. This
How
whole
would you
bullshit
let
fucking
your
show.
wife
We'll take,
and the cops stand there and say, did she have an affair with the murder? How would you like it?
we'll take a break. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
The fuck? The audacity. Doesn't even know who he's talking to. They don't even know. They don't even know. We're gonna take a break. Run away. Run away. Hide. Pussies. Who's the most affected again? Sorry? Who was that again? Why are you here? What was that? We want to listen to all of you. We care about all of you, your opinions. Except when you speak up. If you're in any of the face groups, let's kick you out. You start speaking truth, we'll just kick you out. Remember that? Anybody who speaks truth, get rid of them, malign them, sideline them. And the media is just going to just whitewash it again. Going to fucking whitewash it again. They don't even know who they're talking to. Don't know names. Daryl Curry, don't even know. The second person who was speaking. Come on. Must be this new era we live in. Can't render people. And yet they never celebrate any of their own members' phones, never can tell us anything about what the fuck happened. Got to go after everybody else. You and your fucking toolboxes. Let's see how long this goes on for. Look everywhere except the direction of the bailiff. Yep. Yep. Silo it all into Skippy, who's doing his investigating and fishing. Fuck, I've known about what the hell is going on over there for a long time. These people are sick. Some of the responses I'd ask, you know, like, of course, because it's natural to assume that your police department is going to do the right thing. So then I would ask, like, well, you know, family members, could you maybe ask this question? Oh, can't do that. Can't get you that. Might traumatize you. Huh? A phone. Really? Phone records might. No. Oh, yeah. They'll say to them, listen, you can't participate if you don't sit there and shut up. Do it. Somebody's got to stand up to these people. Do it. I mean, I can't, I'm not them. So obviously I'm not. But these clowns won't learn. What are they going to do? How are they going to face the public when they kick them out? Remember when they kicked out family members in the Facebook group? It caused such a shitstorm. And I was like, you guys really fucked up this time. It totally reorganized everything. It would reorganize a lot of things because what are you going to do? Are you going to say that you didn't kick them out? It's going to make it the rounds. No matter how much they try and bury it. It'll be everywhere. These clowns. Who are they working for? It's very, very transparent. Most affected? No. Who is the most affected? Protected B and A. C. Whatever. I'm getting muddled now. Them and their fucking bailing offs. And keep it in-house, all in MCU, all under control. Maybe we can keep it from getting out. Whatever we're doing down there all this time. Maybe we can even get some money out of it. Maybe we can increase our organization. Maybe we can increase our power. Maybe we can take guns away from people who don't do anything. We'll just start going after innocent people more like they are there. Family members. You guys are fucking out of control. Yeah. Good. And this process has to go on. But let them go to war. Who do you think the public is going to side with? Because there's a permanent record for all time. And the shame you will fucking carry with you. Because everything is recorded. All of it is documented. Your names, your faces. Where you gonna go? This process can't end. It must continue. But it has to come to a head. That's what they want. That's what they want. They want to say, then they'll run and they'll say they're the ones that are traumatized. And then they'll shut it down. I've been worried about this one. Everybody's heard me for a while now. They are working diligently to say, find some excuse just to simply say, listen, we're getting traumatized over here. We can't do it. We're not safe. We have to shut her down. Sorry. We'll go and reorganize, or this isn't effective. We need to figure out something. We'll see you in perpetuity. Never again. It has to continue. These documents have to come out because there's more coming. I know some of the things that'll come. Maybe. They're just saving the best for last. The worst. And I have no idea what that is, but I'll tell you it's bad. Again, I hope because I just can't. I can't memorize when the outbursts, and I'm not meaning that in a negative way. I'm meaning that people speaking from the heart and just speaking like they should be able to, because zero time has been given to them, the most affected people. Zero. Now they want to sit and say, we're going to do our little stuff with families. Fuck you, you will. You've gone on, what are we on, day 40? Tomorrow should be 41. They canceled that too. Zero time. Zero. It's all a sham. All to bury. MCC, RCMP, GOC, and whatever else is going on. They will ask for guards. Well, this is going to turn into a fucking Costco situation. RCMP making up tales over there. Even Halifax Regional doesn't want to support their bullshit anymore. These people are going to carry big bags. Big bags. Shame is going to make a comeback. And after this lifetime is done, I know some people in here, they're not believers, whatever, that's fine. I totally respect that. They're going to fucking pay. They have no idea what they've messed with. None. And too bad. I pity them, but you chose it. And you were amply warned. The whole thing was about traumatizing the families. Traumatize them to the point that just go away because they're like, oh, I can't deal with it. That's the way they deal with shit. Return a car in a certain way, then nobody's going to, they're going to be like, what the fuck, man? I can't handle this stuff. It's too much. Just go away. Evil. Put the blame on families. Nice. Yeah. Yep. Who would silence? What world are we living in? Nobody would do that. You would never do that. I was talking about a funeral. I've said that many times. At a funeral, you would never tell somebody you can't talk about it. You got to go away. That's what they do. That's what they do to their own members. The ones that aren't part of the process. It's sinking hard. Big bags. Big bags. Big bags. But you chose it. You sold your soul. Now what you gonna do? Burn. Weeping and gnashing of teeth. Weeping and gnashing. And they blamed everybody else. Blame families. Blame the public. It's all you guys, all you legal gun owners. It's your fault. They were saying that again just the other day. No, that's not anything to do with legal guns. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you attacking everybody but yourself? Because that's called personal responsibility. Gonna do it? Gonna hide like a pussy? You're gonna stand up like a man? Their Facebook is closed. Oh, really? I didn't even know they have a Facebook. Okay. This stuff. No, it appears to be open. I don't understand. You can leave comments. How dare? Where's this? How dare you try to tell Nick Beaton to quiet down and sit down? You people have been working only with the RCMP all along. You, the MCC, are making people, Canadians, sick to their stomach. Thank you. I don't even do any of this goo. I like it. I hate this stuff just because it's just fucking data mining, tracking us. Might as well, Nikki Lewis. Thank you. One moment, please. I got a call. Someone should remind McDonald he is no longer a judge, and he has reminded us all that he is, and he has reminded us all that this is not a criminal trial, so he cannot request that we sit. Well, that's an interesting point. Yeah, Darcy, that's interesting. He's totally shamed himself and the legal profession. These Stanton and himself are absolutely not abiding by what legal principles are as officers of the court at all. They're suppressing truth, and that's not what they swear to. An admittance to bar. Families spoke up, and McDonald shit his pants and called it break. Fluid and dynamic. Depends. Diaper time. He was tweeting as the incident unfolded. Who was? Wish I would. Yes, we all need to get out there. Christ, I'm one of these. I'm coming. They made their bed. Yeah, it's just letters. See more of their letter goo. Someone is typing a comment. 4 likes. Somebody was typing something. Oh, I could tell you that. I didn't even know that. More replies. 100%. Okay. MJ Jenkins. The fuck, man. Needs to change his pants. They've been shitting their pants for a while. Quite a while. They really thought that they were going to do this one. They thought that they were going to get away with it. Get over there, those of you who's on the Facebooks. Please. Let them know. Let them know how you think. Where's their stuff on the tweeters? Probably shut the Wi-Fi down. Oh, interesting. I don't think they did. Because there's people there that are watching right now. They love LifeLog. Yes, so do I. Huh? What's LifeLog? What are you talking about? There's no such thing. You're just into conspiracy. Really. Thank you to those of you who have been pushing the tweet. I very much appreciate it. I really don't do this social media stuff at all. And I've not been very active other than YouTube. I certainly have amassed a lot of data over time. As have you all, which of course is where a lot, it helps the families because you guys are there pushing when these assholes, a lot on Twitter being shared right now. Okay, so let's go over to the tweeters. I don't follow these people because they're almost. Yeah, can't do it. What a misnomer. Don't you think even they're alone? Don't you think that they should be following families? Do you think maybe want to hear what they might have to say? Oh, I'm sure that they are, wide awake. Oh, they're watching. They've been watching the whole time. Everybody. What all we do. But don't you think, seriously, there should be not zero? That's the amount of care and concern that they have for the people that are most affected. Please call in. Please do this. Please do that. Let us know what you think. Meh. Not seeing anything here. Are they? I don't think they can delete goo off here. They can. Disclosed in part. Facebook records. Of course. 22 minutes. It shows their commitment. Foul creatures. Vermin. Lots on Twitter being shared right now. Could you maybe help me with some that's being shared? Okay, and I think I got a couple of things here too. While the Major Crimes Unit discussed adding another liaison to help Bent knows. Okay, that's right out there. He knows how long he's working. I think it's 11 years on this file. RCMP get transferred. He stays on this one. All siloed. All of the information. All of the families. Maureen and Lisa too. Nick stood up and then another family member stood up. No, McDonald chose to. Yeah, I'm not going to touch that. He doesn't even know. They don't even know. They don't know. They don't know names. They don't care to know names. They never have. 2 streams now, no porn bots. That's true. Maybe it's just because been quiet about the Balin. Quiet about the Balin. Now, let's see. Apparently, I may have gotten some emails here. Oh, picture of the closed. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. I don't know what the hell that means. Closed now. Oh, I see. Because it should have that they're serving. There was a time. The Gideon Bible. RCMP members used to swear on the Gideon Bible. They used to give it. By the way, there's no picture on that. So, but that's true. They used to swear on a Bible. They used to be given a Bible. The Gideon Bible. And now nobody even believes in that. They're just like, oh, affirm, affirm, affirm. Affirm to what? Are they telling the truth? Do you think so? How many lies have they been caught in? This one is going to go on forever because people will just be like, okay, I'll go back and we will organize better as time goes on. Can you check out that video? Please check out this piece of information, piece it together, and then pump something out. Other people yelled too. Yes. Somebody else yelled. We'll just leave it there. Okay, well, it's out there, so yes, it was Nick and his mom, Bev. Sent me a few links in the DM. Oh, okay, here we go. In the DM. The DM that's not really a DM. What's this? Netflix has your DMs on the tweeters, let alone other stuff. Okay. Nikki Lewis. This is heartbreaking. Poor families. Utter disgrace. Let them have it. Let's not stop Balin's and the covert ops. That's more important than my fellow Nova Scotian. Yeah. Them and their fucking goddamn shit. Blaming everybody. It's all you driving cars. It's driving people with... What? No, man. The whole thing is a fucking fraud. Oh, shit. I closed. Oh, no. There's some other messages here. Oh, hello. Thank you, followers. Thank you. Don't know what to do with any of that because the whole thing makes me feel weird. Discussions of self is rather gross. Sherry Richard. Response. Another shutdown of family. Good. So actually, you guys, there is a record of this kind of stuff, right? So you guys will know, because I want to find out so I can piece some of this together, so I can put it together in like a little package. I think I can still do those things. I used to be able to. And try and keep it simple. Stupid. And we can just have like, whenever he shut people down, told members to shut up, family members, to sit down, or objections that are being made. There's records. You guys have recorded it. I'd love to know. What are they? So we can put some of this stuff together. This is heartbreaking. Poor families, Nova Scotia mass casualty, utter disgrace. Sham doesn't seem to give a crap about the families most affected. Transparent, where their loyalties lie. May justice prevail. Okay. I'm going to. Peter does. Oh, it follows me. Okay. I don't know this stuff. Whatever. It's all goo. Now, let's see. Where were we? McDonald was so kind and gentle with witnesses who get emotional. I was watching that last night. My God. Seriously. People were... I'm not trying to take away from it, but it is just psychological warfare. They're sitting up there and they're crying and talking about their time off. And I'm like, time off. Families have time off from their family members permanently. And the news is like, oh, and the emergency people are, scared. And I'm like, they weren't even there. Like, they were just doing their job. They weren't actually in the war zone. Demand dash cam footage. Oh, that would be brutal. But what about the tweet? The tweet can be answered today, or the message can be answered today. Why was so wanted to break, etc. Stern and rude with affected family members. Oh, most affected. I understand. Required decorum. No, they're just using that on us. Required decorum. They're not behaving. I'm not saying that everybody needs to behave like pigs or animals or whatever. But if you're not giving people the opportunity to even speak and just silencing them, what do they not have a right to speak? I think so. They should be a table up there, and that's who should be probably presiding. Get to do whatever, ask whatever they want. And they want to do their furniture shite. Well, it should be all pretty much family. All the time. When's the family roundtable? Exactly. My wife shared on Twitter with a point of view. Great. I don't tweet, but I'll leave messages on their Facebook. Great. On the one hand, it's pretend legitimate proceeding. It's farcical. This is worse than Soviet trials. But they can't even respect the proceedings enough to show up on time, work until 4:30 like most days. Hypocrites. Can't do the investigation like they should. The whole thing is just fraud. And fraud, in my books, is dishonesty. Omission is dishonesty. It's lying. You can't sit there with a straight face. I tried my best. What are these people going to say to their maker? What are they going to say? Yeah, I tried.
Excuse me, everyone. The
Believe me.
proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Those people did. Do you think that God's going to believe it? I don't think so. I think he's a bit smarter, a bit more powerful. Yes, I did hear about the car early on. Very sad. But we do need to take the high road. They want to shut it down. Don't give them the fucking excuse. Bums. A lot of them. They're going to pay. Okay, how do I do this again? Make sure I've got it set up here so that we can get his full wording. I've given warnings to everybody. I've hit them with a ticket. Perhaps we'll patrol their house tonight. Maybe we'll set up a speed trap. That's what we'll do. Maybe we'll traumatize some more. We like that. They'll go away if we traumatize more. Vile. They are vile. They're pitiful. We can't give your dead wife's phone yet. She might have been having an affair with the suspect and headed to. How did Mr. Wortman get to be Mr. Wortman? And most importantly, they've done a really good job with that. He, Mr. Wortman, blah, blah, blah. Lisa Banfield is on all of those fucking deeds. She has the most money of them all. Who's got the dirtiest hands?
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, I understand you have completed your questioning. Thank you. Ms. Hutman, we'll bring the witness in. Thank you, Officer Bent. Mr. Scott has completed his questioning, and Ms. Hutman will have some questions for you.
Good afternoon, Constable Bent. My name is Linda Hutman, with my colleagues Steve Topsy and James Russell. We appear on behalf of the Oliver Tuck families and the family of Lillian Campbell.
Excuse me, prior to our beginning, could I clarify a point that I made with Mr. Scott for the benefit of the commissioners? The investigative team was trying to establish victimology of the victims. We were trying to determine whether or not there were any relationships between victims and the perpetrator. Relationships doesn't mean intimate. Relationships means personal, business, professional, or potentially intimate. That was not my indication, not what I was saying. I was letting people know that this is what we're looking at. We're keeping all options open until we know what we know.
Thank you. Ms. Hutman.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Constable Bent, just one matter of clarification and to just clarify for some of us perhaps. We've heard you speak during your testimony today about the command triangle that you worked within. Can you tell us exactly who that was? Because we have heard that term earlier in the proceedings from other witnesses in the context of the CIC operation. So can you just enlighten us, I guess, as to, in your context, what you're talking about when you're referring to the command triangle?
So first off, I didn't work within the command triangle. I guess I'm loosely kind of a branch off of the command triangle. The command triangle is used for major case major case management is what it's used in. There are 3 positions. The first one is a team commander, and that would have been Corporal McKay initially. The team commander is responsible for obtaining the resources that are needed to complete the tasks that are dictated. There's a file coordinator who is responsible for reviewing all of the information that comes in, and then he takes that I say he only because it was a he on this occasion, takes that information and he ensures that it's indexed, it's organized, and it's searchable so that all the information has been reviewed by him. He's a second set of eyes for every piece of document that comes in. The third part of that triangle is the primary investigator, and the file coordinator was Constable Sean Stanton. Corporal Roseworth Hume was the primary investigator. His job is to determine the speed, the flow, and the direction of the investigation, meaning that he receives all information, comes in through him. He makes the decisions of where we're going. For example, being the team commander, should he say, I want a search warrant for 123 Main Street, I need someone to write a warrant. He talks to the team commander and says, I need a warrant writer. Once the warrant is completed and it's been done, then he would say, I need people to go search that residence. And so the team commander would say, okay, we need 4 people to go search that residence. And that team commander would go get those resources. Anything that was done as a result of that one task would then be reviewed by the primary and determined where to move on from there.
Okay, thank you. That puts things in perspective for us. So I want to cover a couple of areas, and I guess I want to start with having you kind of pick up when you got back to the detachment. We heard you testify this morning about being at the detachment, then leaving after the call came in from Wentworth, and then you were on scene in Plains Road for a number of hours. And then you moved back to the detachment early afternoon, as I understand it.
Correct.
And at that time, you were aware or were becoming aware of a large number of messaging and inquiries coming in from people concerned about relatives or acquaintances and friends and so on.
Correct.
And you testified, I think, that you started going through those methodically to deal with those. And I just want to ask you if you recall seeing inquiries as part of the ones you were looking at coming in from family members in Alberta of Jolene Oliver, Aaron Tuck, and Emily Tuck, if they were part of that message.
There may have been, I can't recall off, there was just so many messages coming in. I just started at the top of the list and was working my way down through them. I don't remember, I mean, I'm sure if there was a phone call made and I've made some notes on an email, then yes, I would have seen it. I just don't recall just because there was such a number of emails coming in.
And when you were dealing with those messages as you were starting to go through them, were you contacting people? And if so, were you contacting them by phone or texting, or were you trying to contact any of the people they were inquiring about?
All the conversations that I had were with people on the phone, trying to gather any information that I could and to share anything that I could as well.
Okay, so if I was to suggest to you that you perhaps had been, would you have texted any of the inquired people, like, for example, Aaron Tuck, would you have reached out to try and contact any of those people that were being inquired about?
I know at some point in time I made contact with the Tuck Oliver family, but I don't recall when it was.
Okay, so if I were to show you a screenshot of a text message, which I'm going to have entered as an exhibit. Oh, okay. I was going to say Ms. Hill, I think, is going to pass them out, but she slipped by me.
Thank you.
And that'll be exhibit 2347.
So I'll just give you a chance to read that over, Constable Bent.
Yep.
Do you recall that, sending that text message?
There was so much going on. I can't recall absolutely everything. I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, and just for the benefit of the people who are, because we came to this late and it didn't get put in electronically, can you just read the text for us, please?
This is Constable Bent with the RCMP, looking for Aaron Tuck to call me ASAP. Important. Thank you.
And the time on that?
Is 1:15 p.m.
Okay, but you don't have any independent recollection today of having sent that
I'm
text?
afraid I don't know.
Okay, thank you. And you testified this morning about how you came to be tasked later in the day to check homes in Portapic.
Correct.
And in particular at Cobequid Court. And I believe that the timing from when Mr. Bryson was questioning you was approximately 5:30 p.m. Is that?
Approximately 5:30 p.m. I believe is when I contacted and advised Corporal Rose Berthium.
Right.
So it would have been shortly just before then when I was advised first off that there were bodies there.
Right. And so when you attended at 41 Cobequid Court, which was the Oliver Tuck residence, were you aware at that time, or did you recall at that time having heard any of those messages from earlier in the day referring to that particular family and that household?
I don't know if I would have linked one and one together or not. I don't know if I would have been able to make that linkage.
Okay. And you didn't have any recollection at that time either about your earlier text message?
There was so much going on that I was swamped with other stuff. I don't remember.
Sure, okay. And at the time when you were attending at Cobequid Court that evening, and it was together with, am I correct, it would have been Corporal Jarrett McDonald, Corporal Brad Wood, was there anyone else with you?
I believe just from reviewing the documents that Constable Forrest was there as well, but I'll be honest, I only remember Jarrett McDonald, who I've known for quite some years before even coming to Nova Scotia, so just he stuck out in my mind.
Sure. And were you all going together at one time to all of the houses, or did you split up in teams?
I know myself and Corporal McDonald went down to these residences and we're going down through them.
Okay.
Yep.
And you don't recall when you did the other residences in the area, whether you were all together or whether you were separate?
Just, I know that Constable or Corporal McDonald and I would drive to an area, we'd get out, we'd walk to all the houses. We would go through the houses if the houses were open, and if they were locked, we looked through all the windows, we tried doors. We did area by area and just worked our way around.
Right. And you indicated as well, and I think it was mentioned before, that once locating the deceased persons at the two residences in Cobequid Court, you relayed that message back to Corporal Rose Bethune.
That's correct.
And you're not aware whether anyone at the detachment took any steps immediately to be in touch with anyone in regards to those?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody did or not. No.
Okay. think this one's been covered. Were you aware while you were conducting your canvassing, I guess for want of a better word, of and contacting all of the residents in Portapique, whether there were you aware of the continued contacts or messaging that was coming in from relatives about people in the community?
Again, there may have been emails coming through to my phone, but I wasn't checking my phone. I was checking residences to see if there was anybody that was there that I could assist, and if there was somebody that was hurt and not able to get help.
Right. Okay. So you weren't checking in on the phone or anything at that point?
No, I was more concerned about if there was someone that I could help.
Okay. All right. That takes care of the next question as well then. Do you recall what time you wrapped up with your search of the community?
I don't recall for sure. I don't know if it's in my notes or not, what time I would have left or not.
Okay.
I would say maybe an hour and a half that it would take for us to go through all the houses, because we were very, very thorough. At least I know I was very, very thorough in going through each house. On the odd chance that maybe somebody was hiding from the house and thinking that I may have been there as the perpetrator.
What was the process in terms of the other residences that you attended at, in terms of searching them or
Searched, looked around top to bottom, went through every room, called out to folks if there was anybody there, letting them know who I was there to help, just top to bottom from wherever, like room to room.
Right. And obviously if they were open, I guess if they were locked, what was the procedure then?
If they were open, I felt that I could go in with the lawful authority to, under exigent circumstances, to go into the house to see if there was somebody who needed assistance. If houses were locked and I could look in through the windows, I could see that there was nothing that would indicate that there had been any foul play inside that house, then to me, it seemed reasonable that the people who owned that house had either left when they were asked to leave the house or were not at their cottages during that time. And I didn't feel that I had the lawful authority to make entrance into that house.
Right. In your dealings with, I'm just changing tack just a slight bit here, in your work as the family liaison officer and your and a fairly long period of time in dealing with many of these families who had lost loved ones. We heard this morning from the Support Services Foundational document about some of the various services through Nova Scotia Victim Services that were offered and accessed by people. And I'm just wondering, and I think it was raised this morning, that there were concerns from some family members, and particularly I know that the Oliver Tuck family members, being residents in Alberta, when they were trying to access services, the rate for example, the hourly rate, as was mentioned this morning, for counseling services and so on, was considered low. Is that something that family members raised with you during your dealings with them? Was that raised with you as a concern that they were having difficulty?
There were a couple of occasions where someone would call me and say, you know, my funding is run out. Are you able to assist? There were a few people who had issues trying to access somebody as well, trying to find a counselor that was willing to take on new clients. It worked out very well because I got to meet some people through Victim Services. I was able to meet with Miss Dana Bowden, who's the director here for the province. It was nice that I was able, actually, just through a committee that I was working on with her and several other folks, to be able to pick the phone up, to make that phone call, to have that relationship that I could call her and explain the issues that were going on with her and with Miss Kim Burton out of Pictou County as well, with Victim Services. And so, again, I can't arrange more funding, but you know, I could put it forward to Victim Services to say some folks were having some issues.
Right. And did you encounter that with some of the out of province relatives? And were you able to do assist them in any way?
The only one I can recall off the top of my head was the Alberta, and again, families was, it was letting our victim services know here in Nova Scotia, based on what I was told from the family in Alberta, that they had been able to receive more funding. I sent an email out to all the families to let them know that, hey, you know what, if your funding is running out, I've been told that additional funding can be found on a per case basis. And if people were having an issue, they could contact me and I would put them in contact with the right people or have the right people contact them.
Do you know whether there was any linkage between the provincial victim services here and any like organizations in the other provinces that people may have been residing in?
I know in Manitoba, there was someone in Manitoba who was having some issues, and I was able to reach out through the RCMP Victim Services in Halifax, who put me in touch with a victim services person with the RCMP in Manitoba who was able to assist this person. I was also able to find a local RCMP detachment that didn't police that town, but did do the highway patrolling. And one of the RCMP officers out there agreed to go and meet with the family member in Manitoba and to try to offer some, they were having some financial difficulty as well, to try to offer them. And again, nice to have someone who lives there and knows what the resources is and was able to help that person with get some additional resources and some help.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of quick things now. And one thing that we just wanted to mention, and you may be aware, and of course, this morning you were asked, I think, or you, as part of your direct testimony, you talked about some of the community initiatives that had been taken on remembrance things that that had occurred and that you were aware of. And I just wanted to ask, just because it touches on on the families we represent, were you aware of the initiative at the Cobequid Education Center with the gazebo that was, funds were raised and a gazebo was built there in memory of Emily Tuck? I didn't know if you were aware of that.
I knew that we had been asked by Mr. Beaton about having RCMP participation when her class graduated, that she should have graduated with, but no, I didn't know about that.
Okay. And I have one final question that one of my colleagues wanted me to ask, and it really doesn't touch on your area, but you are an RCMP constable and worked in the major crime unit, obviously probably a general duty member before that, and it's a question that has been missed in asking some of the other more operational people involved in this file. So I'm going to put it to you and just ask if you are aware whether the general duty patrol cars or any of the unmarked vehicles that you would be aware of have dash cams in them.
I know I haven't been that long removed from the road that I was working general duty. I know there are dash cams in some of the vehicles. Any of the unmarked non-traffic vehicles that I've ever been associated to do not have dash cameras. Our unmarked vehicles are sometimes used for surveillance work, so the less we can draw attention to them, the less we do. But I do know, I have seen unmarked traffic vehicles which do have cameras in them as well.
Right, okay. But there's not a consistent, they're not consistent in all vehicles then, from what I'm understanding.
Not from what I've seen, no.
Right. And no policy on the use of them routinely?
I don't know how to operate my own VCR, so I wouldn't even know. I usually took a car that didn't have a camera in it because I had no clue how to use it. If there's a policy on it, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Constable Bent.
Thank you, Ms. Hutman. Ms. Hill? Thanks so much. Mr. Van Moort, did you have an exhibit?
And sorry, did we exhibit the text message? We did? Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Van Moort. I'll check with my colleagues first. No question. Okay. No questions from the commissioners for you, Officer Bent. Thank you very much for your coming here today and sharing your evidence with us. It's a very difficult subject matter. It's a difficult day for you, and we really appreciate it, and we thank you for your help. Thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you, Commissioners. Before we take a moment to reorientate the stage for the presentation of the next foundational document, I just wanted to take a moment to move to enter 4 additional exhibits. I'll provide a bit of an explanation as to what these exhibits are. Commissioner Council is moving to file RCMP policy binders. There are 4 volumes. These are not new to the participants, but were created as a package to use as exhibits for convenience. They are the national divisional detachment level policies that the RCMP have identified to the Commission after extensive dialogue as those requisite to the Commission's mandates and enforced as of April 2020, or as updated since where indicated. These binders exist in the RCMP's, these policies exist in the RCMP's possession in an intranet, which is not produced for disclosure in one piece, but taken apart and examined for relevance and privilege, and then provided as individual documents over about a year. Therefore, the Commission was not able to recreate the hyperlinks between policies that exist when viewed internally by the RCMP. There are still appendices and possibly other policies still to be identified as requisite to the Commission's work. Any new material will be put into the new binder and not inserted into the one of these 4 binders. In essence, they'll become a new exhibit themselves. Each policy contained in these binders already has an individual COM number, which it retains within these binders that will be given a COM number or exhibit number today. These policies have already been disclosed and are in the RCMP policy folder in relativity. They are also being sent to participants council via Titan file so that the bookmarks will be usable as the hyperlinks are not usable in relativity. So with that background, I would ask that Madam Register enters the 4 volumes. Volume 1 is COM number 0058879.
And that's exhibit 2460.
And volume 2 is COM number 0058880.
2461.
And volume 3 is COM number 005881.
2462.
And volume 4 is COM number 0058882.
And 2463.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. I understand now we will rearrange. We can stay on the platform, but we can rearrange the podium, etc., for the second presentation of the foundational document, second foundational document for today.
Partial win, but thank you ever so much. The questions weren't followed up quite, but it's a start. And God bless you, Charlene, for bringing that to their attention. That text is going to haunt him forever, and too bad. Gonna live it down forever, and it will be an exhibit in future. Trust me. Titan file and relativity. I've talked about that here a few times. They have fucking everything. Everything. The lawyers do too. Where is it? Where is it for the family members? Because they don't get it. You know who does, though? Media. Oh, yeah. Even though family members have to sign a clause in perpetuity forever, they cannot say anything to anybody. Do you not think that you could possibly give them that thing there? Access to all of it? Let your dirty secrets out of the bag, because you can tell post media. You can show them all. And relativity is seriously hardcore AI. You just ask the question. You get the answer. It knows everything.
Ready? Thank you.
And dash cams, they have them all with audio.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Shifting gears, I'm here to present the foundational document titled Public Communications from the RCMP and Government After the Mass Casualty. And Madam Registrar, I'd like to start by marking it an exhibit.
That's 2464.
Could you also mark as exhibits the source material contained in that document?
So exhibited.
So this document captures the public communications from both the RCMP and other government officials from the moment the perpetrator was taken down at the Enfield Big Stop into the days, weeks, and months that followed the mass casualty. In many ways, it is a follow along from the public communications, from the foundational document titled Public Communications, April 18th and 19th, 2020. This document also strives to compare the public statements made by these officials with the information known to the RCMP and others internally at the time the statements were made. So just starting with a bit of background, here are the key RCMP members and teams that are involved in the subject matter of this document. First, in Nova Scotia, Director Leah Scanlon led the communication strategy for the Nova Scotia RCMP in relation to all media communications following the mass casualty. Director Scanlon, in turn, took direction about the content of those communications from the command triangle leading the H-Strong investigation, as well as from Superintendent Darren Campbell. As we will see in the clips we're about to see in a moment, both Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergman, who's the commanding officer for Nova Scotia, and Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, who's the criminal operations officer, were actively involved in communications to the public. In case anyone's forgotten who was leading the province and the country at the time, Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen McNeil, Nova Scotia Premier, Bill Blair, who was the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness for Canada, as well as Mark Fury, who was then the Nova Scotia Justice Minister and Attorney General, all figure in this document from time to time. But before we get to the specifics and an examination of what the communications involved, the communications work that was done by Director Scanlon and the communications team at headquarters which prompts me to realize I skipped right over the headquarters, so I will go back. I think I reviewed who was in charge of in Nova Scotia at the time. They would have been working in concert with and reporting up to the National Communications Services in Ottawa, which was led by Sharon Tessier, the Director General, and involved comms professionals Daniel Breen, Jolene Bradley, and Kathleen Foran. And of course, the RCMP commanding officer is Commissioner Brenda Lucky. So the work done by the comms team in Nova Scotia and the comms team in Ottawa would have been guided by both standing instructions to the RCMP that were in place at the time, as well as some RCMP policies. So first, standing instructions that were adopted in 2019 set out instructions for the type of information that could not be shared with the media or public in keeping with obligations under the Provincial Privacy Act. So these standing instructions would have constrained the ability to share information about marital status.
Why the fuck do they have to keep trying to put in domestic assault? These people are really cheap. Fuck off.
Say a woman was assaulted in a residence by a man. Similarly, the relationships between individuals, including child-parent relationships, spouses, siblings, etc., were not to be shared. Instead, our CMP officers were directed to say that individuals were known to each other. They were also directed not to share an individual's employment status or criminal history. And to refrain from disclosing details of medical conditions or medical status, but instead to use more general terms like non-life-threatening injuries. The RCMP's operational manual on media relations also instructs members to ensure information released to the media does not interfere with the investigation or result in injury, injustice, or embarrassment to the victims or the accused. It directs speakers not to speculate or offer their personal opinion, but to report only the facts. They are directed to always protect the integrity of the criminal investigation or an impending trial. They're not to name young persons or the names or share the names of any injured parties. And finally, they're directed not to release the cause of death before an autopsy is conducted, and the cause of death is determined by the medical examiner. So with that background, we'll rewind to April 19th, 2020. The RCMP sent out a tweet announcing that the perpetrator had been taken into custody at 11:40 a.m. Less than 2.5 hours later, the public heard its first live statement from a public official. When Stephen McNeil offered the following remarks during the standing daily COVID briefing in the province.
We weren't scheduled to have a news conference today, but I felt the need to be here to provide you with an update on one of our long-term care facilities, Northwood, that's dealing with an outbreak of COVID. I never imagined when I went to bed last night that I would wake up to the horrific news that an active shooter was on the loose in Nova Scotia. This is one of the most senseless acts of violence in our province's history. Words cannot or console the families affected by what has transpired over the last 24 hours. To the families of the victims and to those who are still feeling afraid, my heart goes out to you. Know that all Nova Scotians are with you. To the RCMP, I want to say thank you for apprehending the suspect and for doing your best to protect the citizens of our province. And the RCMP will be holding a news conference tonight, a briefing at 6 p.m. This is an active investigation, and I know many of you have questions, as I do. But now is not the time to speculate or to spread rumors. The RCMP will provide you with as much information as possible. We have to let them conduct their investigation, and we have to let families grieve. We are all in shock that such a thing could happen here in Nova Scotia. And there's a heavy burden to bear on top of COVID-19. But now more than ever, we must stay strong.
As we heard Premier McNeil say, at the time that he was addressing the public, the Nova Scotia RCMP, under the direction of Director Scanlon, was preparing for its first press briefing. Director Scanlon had put together the components of a communication strategy that involved senior RCMP personnel delivering coordinated updates at press briefings. And that was in lieu of providing one-on-one interviews to the media. In her second interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, Director Scanlon spoke about her thinking and her rationale at some length, and essentially said that given the breadth and the volume of interest and the overwhelming number of inquiries, that she had elected this approach at this time so that information could be shared in a measured, equal way. She also planned that given the dynamic environment, that they would sort of deliberately holding the control the messaging through these press conferences, as opposed to giving ad hoc updates in different ways. The investigation was obviously active and unfolding, and it was a very dynamic, factual environment. So at 6 p.m. on April 19th, Nova Scotia RCMP held its first press briefing. Assistant Commissioner Bergerman opened by announcing the death of Constable Heidi Stevenson and the injury of a second RCMP member. Chief Superintendent Leather then took over and provided an update on the status of the criminal investigation.
Our focus right now is to gather all evidence and information about these incidents and to get answers to many unanswered questions. I will provide here as much detail as I can, as this is indeed still a very early stages investigation into a very tragic situation. Last night, following multiple 911 calls, Nova Scotia RCMP members responded to a firearms call to a Portapique residence in Colchester County. When police arrived at the scene, members located several casualties inside and outside of the home. They did not, however, locate the suspect. This was a very quickly evolving situation and a chaotic scene. Many units responded, including emergency response teams and police dog services. We also received support from other police services, continue to receive support from other police services, especially Halifax Regional Police. Our focus was the safety of the residents in the immediate area. We secured the area and began a search for the suspect. The initial search for the suspect led to multiple sites in the area, including structures that were on fire. The search continued overnight and into the morning. This morning, we actively sought out the suspect through multiple communities throughout Nova Scotia. The search for the suspect ended this morning when the suspect was located and I can confirm that he is deceased. I can also confirm that the matter has now been referred to CERT. Again, this is still an early and very active investigation that involves multiple crime scenes and victims. We will have further updates as more information becomes available, and we will let you know when that will be. There is an active investigation, as I already noted, being conducted by the Serious Incident and Response Team, that's CERT. So we're not able to provide any further details to some portions of the investigation. I want to thank the dedication and resilience of our members who worked tirelessly to locate the suspect. The coordination demonstrated by everyone involved is truly remarkable. We have reached out to all of our employees to ensure that they have wellness resources available to them during this difficult time. Thank you very much. Commanding Officer Lee Bergman and I will now take any questions that you have.
During the question period that followed, Chief Superintendent Leather did address a number of specific questions from the press in which he noted that there were in excess of 10 people killed, although the investigation was ongoing. The number 10, as Director Scanlon spoke to in her interviews with the Commission and I believe also in her testimony a few weeks ago, was just a number chosen on that day based on the information they had at the time they settled on it. In fact, about an hour before this press conference started, Chief Superintendent Leather had been appraised that the victim count was at least 17 at that point in time. But a decision had been made to call the information final. Other information that was shared, obviously, in the course of this press briefing was that the perpetrator was deceased and not in custody, as had been communicated to the public earlier that day. He confirmed that the perpetrator's death would form part of a CERT investigation, but declined to confirm whether the perpetrator had been shot by a member of the RCMP. You heard him mention that there were multiple communities across Nova Scotia affected. He later acknowledged that there were several locations in the province, in addition to Portapique, that were involved, but declined to share. At that point in time, the RCMP were aware of at least 15 specific scenes that had been involved in the mass casualty. They were also aware that a second referral had been made to CERT in relation to the perpetrator's exchange of gunfire with Constable Stevenson at the Cloverleaf. That was not shared at this time. The plan at the end of this briefing was to hold another briefing the next day to update the public at the same time. And this was a plan that was shared and discussed with National Communications at headquarters in Ottawa. Despite this plan, RCMP Commissioner Lucky continued to participate in one-on-one interviews with various news organizations into the evening. And she shared the rising death toll that was being reported internally, and thus shared information that was at odds with what was reported by Chief Superintendent Leather at the news conference. This resulted in different outlets receiving and reporting different information over the course of the evening. In turn, this created confusion in the public. The Commission has also heard in the course of its work that this created distress for some of the families who were still trying desperately to find out information about their missing loved ones and who were watching the numbers climb on the evening news. Outlets who had not been in direct contact with RCMP Commissioner Lucky began to reach out to Nova Scotia RCMP comms, asking for updates or confirmation of the information that Commissioner Lucky had shared. And so there was uneven reporting on the number of dead during the evening of April 19th and into the morning of April 20th. And I pause to say that the Commission has not yet spoken with Commissioner Lucky, but we'll be hearing from her later this summer. And I'm sure we'll hear her perspective on these events as well. So into the evening of April 19th, there were official statements released by Prime Minister Trudeau on behalf of the Nova Scotia RCMP, on behalf of Minister Blair's office, and finally on behalf of Nova Scotia's Serious Incident Response Team, or CERT, confirming that they would be investigating what was effectively the shooting of the perpetrator at Enfield. The following day, April 20th, another full day of public statements and press conferences, including notably press briefings from both the Nova Scotia RCMP and RCMP headquarters in Ottawa. At the Nova Scotia briefing that took place around 2 p.m. that afternoon, Assistant Commissioner Bergerman and Chief Superintendent Leather again addressed the press and the public. At that time, they confirmed that there were in excess of 19 victims, including the perpetrator, and said that it involved both men and women and that they were all adults, some of whom were known to the perpetrator and others who were not. Constable Chad Morrison was also identified publicly as the injured RCMP member, but they declined to release the names of other victims at that point in time, pending examination and confirmation by the medical examiner's office. Although the number was put at that point as in excess of 19, internally it was known that there was potentially as many as 23 deceased, including both Constable Stevenson and the perpetrator. It was also known internally that Emily Tuck, who was just 17, was among the dead. In addition, they numbered the crime scenes in Portapique, they numbered the crime scenes at 16 in both Portapique and other communities in central and rural Nova Scotia, although there had been as many as 18 identified internally at that point in time. In terms of CERT referrals, they shared that 2 additional referrals had been made, but declined to provide any other details, other than to say that 2 separate referrals means 2 separate incidents. We now know that those referrals related to Constable Stevenson's death at Shubenacadie and the blue on blue incident that occurred at the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall. I note that by the end of April 20th, CERT itself announced that it would not be investigating what we now refer to as the Constable Stevenson matter at the Cloverleaf, that matter was best investigated by the RCMP itself. On the subject of firearms, on April 20th, Chief Superintendent Leather declined to discuss firearms, citing the ongoing CERT investigation. Internally, the RCMP had known since the day prior that the perpetrator was not licensed to own firearms and that if he had any in his possession, they were not registered in his name. There was also some internal information that Constable Stevenson's sidearm and magazine were missing, but the forensic report confirming that it had in fact been in the perpetrator's possession at the time of his death and located in the car he was driving was not complete until the following day. On the subject of police paraphernalia, it was reported that they had first received reports of the fact that the perpetrator was driving a replica RCM cruiser early in the morning of April 19th. What we now know is that within the first 30 minutes of the RCMP starting to receive 911 calls on April 19th, shortly after 10 p.m., they were variously told that the perpetrator was driving a deckled and labeled RCMP car, a vehicle that looked just like a police car with lights and stuff and a cop symbol on it, as well as a cop car that was white with stripes, but possibly no lights. We've also heard already in the course of this commission's work that certainly there were the calls and statements from Andrew and Katie McDonald, as well as the interview with Andrew McDonald shortly after 5 a.m. on the morning of April 19th. Finally, on the question of the public alert, Chief Superintendent Leather said that he believed an Amber Alert had been issued, but was corrected on site by Corporal Coutreau, who clarified that the RCMP had just used Twitter and Facebook. Almost immediately after the RCMP's press briefing concluded, a similar briefing was held in Ottawa by RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki and the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, Bill Blair. During that press briefing, Minister Blair referenced 18 innocent lives that were lost and said that the RCMP was actively investigating 16 crime scenes. So there was some inconsistencies with the information being shared. Although the victims had not yet been identified to the public or in some respects by the medical examiner's office, Mr. Blair did note that they included a nurse, a teacher, correctional officer, serving police officer, parents, neighbors, and friends. Moving on and speaking about the investigation, Commissioner Lucki warned that in the face of this unprecedented crime, it's going to be a very long and very complicated. She said there's at least 15 crime scenes. Oh, about an hour and a half after that, Premier McNeil was sitting with Dr. Strang, preparing to again deliver their COVID address to the province, and during question period received some questions about why a public alert was not set out during the mass casualty. So we can see that as early as April 20th, questions about use of the public alerting system were starting to bubble up. And so Premier McNeil had this exchange with the press during that COVID briefing.
Thank you. For the Premier, I'm wondering, last weekend or Easter weekend, we saw quite a few emergency alerts put out on TV and through cell phones, warning people to stay home because of COVID. Yesterday, when there was a manhunt that lasted almost 12 hours, that service wasn't utilized. Can you explain why and whether or not you feel perhaps we missed an opportunity with that to spread the message further, and if that could have made a difference in this tragic situation?
Well, EMO needs to be ordered to put that out. Public Health ordered us to put the COVID one out. We were happy to support them. We had people in and ready, but we were not asked to put out that alert on the weekend.
That was the end of press briefings and statements for the 20th. Moving on to April 21st, we can see that Premier McNeil continued to field questions about the public alert and why a public alert wasn't issued. The RCMP did not hold a live press briefing that day, but did issue a statement in which it identified the fact that there was 23 victims. The statement was originally published on Facebook. Later that evening, the statement was amended, or rather edited. The post was edited, and the number of victims was amended to 22. In a comment below the post, the RCMP did clarify that the post had been edited to reflect the fact that there were 22 victims, plus the suspect who also died in the incident. So from this point onwards, there does start to be clarity as to the number of dead. Other questions start to bubble up. I should also say that in their April 21st statement, the RCMP also clarified that one of the victims was 17, while the rest were adults. Again, none of the names were provided as they continue to work with the medical examiner's office and to carry out next of kin notifications. The statement also restated that the perpetrator did not have a, quote, criminal record. And this is technically correct. However, as early as April 19th, the RCMP had internal knowledge of the fact that the perpetrator had had a number of prior interactions with the police. Most significantly, in 2011, he pled guilty to an assault and received a conditional discharge. There's a sort of distinction that's often understood by lawyers, but perhaps not as much by the general public, that you can be found responsible for a crime without being technically convicted. They also had knowledge of the fact that there was a complaint of threatening to kill his parents in 2010. In 2011, there was a bolo that said he wanted to kill a cop, so an officer safety bulletin. And then finally, there was a documented interaction with the Halifax Regional Police from February 2020, in which the perpetrator had a confrontation over the fact that they had parked a vehicle in the parking lot beside his Dartmouth clinic, and that he appeared to be using his size and aggression to attempt to intimidate the officers. What was not addressed in this RCMP statement was the question of why the public alert was not used, although the Premier continued to redirect questions to the RCMP when he was sort of faced with them on a daily basis at this point in time. However, there's internal correspondence from the RCMP that's reflected in the foundational document that shows that they were sort of in active discussions about how to best respond to that question. Jumping forward to April the 22nd, again, Premier McNeil continued to field and address questions about public alerting during his daily COVID-19 briefings. Around 4:30, the Nova Scotia RCMP held another press briefing in which Chief Superintendent Leather delivered a statement about the ongoing investigation and addressed the emergency alert ready system, as well as the course of events and the RCMP's response. He confirmed to the public that the perpetrator had acted alone, but added that the RCMP continued to investigate whether he may have been assisted during or leading up to the mass casualty. During this briefing, Chief Superintendent Leather was also asked about the firearms used by the perpetrator, but declined to go into specifics, citing the CERT investigation. Finally, in response to a journalist's question, however, he did confirm that the RCMP believed the perpetrator did not have what's called a firearms acquisition certificate. That was the language he used at the moment, although I understand that those certificates had been sort of out of, there was a different term for those certificates at the time, and it caused some confusion. Internally, however, the RCMP had recovered and identified a number of the firearms that were recovered from the vehicle at Enfield. When asked again about the replica police cruiser and police paraphernalia, they again stated that it was not until the morning of April 19th that information about both the police uniforms and the car came to the CIC commander. As I covered a few minutes ago, this commission has heard of the number of reports provided to the RCMP on April 18th about the vehicle being driven by the perpetrator. On the question of the alert, Chief Superintendent Leather said a lot of delay in preparing alert was based on communications between the EMO and the various officers, and then a discussion about what the message would be. In response to a question, or I should say that a question was posed about whether the term firearms complaint perhaps undersold the initial events in Portapique. And Chief Superintendent Leather replied that he was very satisfied with the messaging and that the communications that were being provided were the best and clearest information that could be provided at the time. I am a slide behind, and I apologize. So you can see in this summary and the one that follows, as well as in the detailed content of the foundational document, that there were discrepancies between the information that the RCMP was sharing with the public and what they knew internally. It remains to be discussed and ultimately decided by the commissioners as to, the rationale for those differences. As I reviewed at the beginning, there were some policies and guidelines in place that did establish some guidelines about what could be shared and what could not be shared, pending things like confirmation from the medical examiner's office and the ongoing investigation. I would say that communications up until April 24th were characterized by a certain amount of fluidity and dynamism. I mean, it was an ongoing investigation. When the first RCMP press briefing took place on April 19th, there were still things on fire, and investigation was very much in its early stages, and information was dynamic. There's a change in that during the press briefing on April 24th. They sort of had come to ground on the initial facts and information available to them, and were sort of organizing to do the deeper work of the H. Strong investigation. And so with that, on April 24th at 11 a.m., they held another press briefing, this one conducted by Superintendent Campbell, who delivered a statement in which he shared a timeline, quite a detailed timeline, of the mass casualty and the first responders' actions in Portapique. Again, noting that the initial complaint was of a shooting. He described the mass casualty as occurring in 3 parts. The first cluster was in the Portapique area on Saturday night. The second, there was a second cluster of incidents in the areas of Wentworth, Glenholm, and DeBert. And then a third and final cluster of incidents that were in the Shubenacadie area, Milford, and in Enfield.
So what we've learned as part of the investigation is that on April 18th, before the first 911 call was received, there was an assault between the gunman and a person known to him. This assault occurred in the area of Portapique. The victim managed to escape from the gunman, and she hid overnight in the woods. Following this, police received its first 911 call with a report of a shooting at a home in the area. Officers arrived on scene at 10:26 in the evening, where they located a male who was leaving the area with an apparent gunshot wound. They learned that this male was shot while driving his vehicle, and the victim indicated that a vehicle had driven by him while he was driving, and that he was shot as the vehicle was passing by. He did describe this vehicle as a vehicle that looked like a police vehicle. He also indicated to the responding officers that that vehicle was driving towards the beach and that there was one way in and out of the community. And it's important to note that. The officer arranged for EHS, which is Emergency Health Services, to attend to the victim, and the victim was taken to hospital. He has survived. Several police units responded to the area, and upon arriving, they located several people who were deceased, some of which were lying in the roadway. There were also several structures that were already fully engulfed in flames. In total, there were over 7 locations where people were found deceased. Many of the deceased were discovered while responding members were checking homes for victims and or for suspects. At this time, the police began looking at a number of possible suspects as a result of the information that they were receiving. While the situation was unfolding, the critical incident program was engaged and was staging to take control of the critical incident. During this point, perimeters were established, specialized units responded, which included police dog services, emergency response team members, and requests for air support helicopter. There was also explosive disposal unit, crisis negotiators, and emergency medical response teams that were part of the critical incident package. Within a very short period of time, we also engaged specialized units and resources from a neighboring division in New Brunswick. Over their lengthy course of time, first responders engaged in clearing residences, searched for suspects, provided life-saving measures to victims. Telecommunication operators remained on the line with witnesses in the immediate area for extended periods of time. Fairly early into our involvement, we learned of a possible suspect and learned the individual lived in a home within that same community in Portapique. The possible suspect's home and garages, I can confirm, were fully engulfed in flames as well. 2 police package Ford vehicles, as well as a 3rd vehicle, was also burning on that potential suspect's property. We also learned that the gunman was in possession of a pistol and long-barreled weapons. We learned that he was also known to own several vehicles that looked like police vehicles. Our efforts to locate the suspect continued throughout the night. It was only after 6:30 in the morning or daybreak when a victim emerged from hiding after she had called 911. Our officers responded, and it was at that time that through that significant key witness, we confirmed more details about Gabriel Wortman. This included the fact that he was in possession of a fully marked and equipped replica RCMP vehicle and was wearing a police uniform. We also learned that he was in possession of several firearms that included pistols and long-barreled weapons.
So there were a number of new facts and details that emerged from this press briefing, and I think that as you watch it in real time, you can see that the RCMP at this point in time has reconstructed, at least to some extent, the course of events and has some of the core facts settled. Among the facts that were shared at this press briefing for the first time was that the incident had started with an assault on a person known to him. And we saw at the beginning how that was in line with the standing instructions for how to communicate and not refer to the individual as a spouse, but that person was, of course, Lisa Banfield, although she was obviously not named. The names of the other victims also still had not been shared by the RCMP. When asked about firearms used in the course of the mass casualty later in questions during this, the RCMP confirmed that the perpetrator was in possession of a pistol and long-barreled weapons. It said that they had traced one of the weapons to Canada, but believed the rest had come in from the United States. On the questions again about the replica car and police paraphernalia in the perpetrator's possession, Superintendent Campbell said that it was early in the RCMP's response that they learned that the perpetrator owned several vehicles that looked like police vehicles. And it was only on the morning of April 19th that they learned he was in possession of a fully marked and equipped replica RCMP vehicle and was wearing a police uniform. As their investigation sort of enters a new phase, the next press briefing came 4 days later on April 28th. The additional new information shared at this point in time was that the perpetrator's assault on his common law spouse was the first significant assault of the mass casualty. The RCMP confirmed that it had interviewed Lisa Banfield several times, although she was still not named. When asked again about the second CERT investigation, Superintendent Campbell said that he could not go into details, but it involved 2 of our other officers and a marked vehicle. And again, as I said before, this second CERT investigation was the blue on blue shooting incident that occurred at the Onslow Bell Fire Hall. On the question of firearms, it was confirmed that Canadian Border Services Agency was assisting with the investigation, and that the RCMP had spoken with an individual in the United States who had helped fill in some blanks for them, and that they believed, not just believed, that they knew the perpetrator to be in possession of several semi-automatic handguns and 2 semi-automatic rifles at that time. Hide behind again, I apologize. The language used about the firearms during the press briefing early on April 28th is interesting in light of a meeting that took place later that day, which is documented in notes provided to the Commission by the RCMP and taken by Superintendent Campbell. At the meeting was Assistant Commissioner Bergerman, Chief Superintendent Leather, Superintendent Campbell, and Director Scanlon, who met with Commissioner Lucky by phone, along with other members of the comms team at national headquarters. And it was during this meeting that Commissioner Lucky expressed her disappointment in the press briefings carried out by the Nova Scotia RCMP. She conveyed that they had disobeyed her instructions, at least according to Superintendent Campbell's notes. She conveyed that that they had disobeyed her instructions to include specific information on the firearms used by the perpetrator, and that she had promised Minister Blair and the Prime Minister's office that they would release information that was tied to pending gun control legislation that was designed to make officers and the public safer. Again, the Commission has not yet had an opportunity to speak with Commissioner Lucky, and we anticipate we will hear from her later this summer. The next update came on May 11th, almost 2 weeks later. And it was at that time the RCMP announced that their investigation had been renamed H Strong, Operation H Strong, and that to date they had interviewed 500 witnesses and were continuing to conduct interviews. All 17 scenes and search areas had now been released, and that there had been 3 referrals to CERT, although one of them had been declined. After that, the next press briefing takes place on June 4th, in which Chief Superintendent Leather confirmed that the RCMP was also subject to a number of independent reviews and investigations external to the organization. There was the 2 being conducted by CERT, there was an Employment and Social Development Canada investigation, a hazardous occurrence investigation, a team investigation, and that the RCMP itself was in discussions to determine the best approach regarding a formal comprehensive review. So again, on these two slides, we can see that the RCMP is probably not surprisingly in possession of some information that's not shared, although that's part of what we're looking at in this process. This June 4th press briefing was in fact the last press briefing held by the RCMP specifically to address the mass casualty. In July, as we all know, Ministers Blair and Fury announced on July the 23rd that there would be a joint federal provincial review into the events of April 18th and 19th, 2020. The news release, the RCMP issued a news release on behalf of Assistant Commissioner Bergerman regarding the announcement of the joint review, which, as we know, a week later, in response to public pressure, the government's announced an intent to convert into a joint federal provincial inquiry. On June 30th, pursuant to a court order, the ITOs, informations to obtain that had been filed with the court, were released to the media and to the public. And in an effort to provide some context to the information that was shared through the ITOs, the RCMP issued further statements in an attempt to provide some additional context to the bits and pieces of information that was contained in those ITOs. Those additional contexts included the fact that there is, no credible or actionable information that the perpetrator was involved in any other murders prior to the murders of April 18th and 19th. That the perpetrator was involved in procuring firearms illegally, but they had not uncovered information that was involved to suggest the perpetrator was involved in organized crime. They shared information about the bank accounts and personal investments available to and accessed by the perpetrator prior to April 18, 2020. They discussed connections between the perpetrator and individuals in Maine, and also the fact that the perpetrator had hidden rooms and compartments in his residences. Again, this information was shared in an effort to provide context for some of the details that came out through the ITO. The next official announcement came on December 4th, 2020, when the RCMP published a statement from Superintendent Campbell announcing new criminal charges against 3 individuals accused of providing ammunition to the perpetrator. The statement continued that to ensure a fair trial for those who have been charged and with the public inquiry now ongoing, the RCMP will respectfully refrain from further commenting on these matters outside the inquiry. And again, in Leah Scanlon's interview with the Commission, she does discuss in further details the fact that it was decided that no further information could be shared beyond that point. She felt that there was a limit on what could be said and could not be said, and that they needed to be mindful of not influencing anything. So beyond that, and statements released on the 1 and 2 year marks of the mass casualty, there have been no further press briefings or statements from the Nova Scotia RCMP.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Natu, and all Commission Council for the work and the presentations of the foundational documents today, and of course to Constable Bent for appearing. It's apparent to all of us that everyone whose lives have been touched here are also touched by terrible pain. And we certainly acknowledge the support people who come each day to provide support to the people, assisting the attendees and also the witnesses who come. We're very grateful to those of you who come each day and have a hard task in supporting people who are obviously addressed, taking part in these proceedings. We do encourage council to ensure that there's access to the available wellness supports for their clients and to make efforts to assist us in ensuring a respectful process going forward. While the work of the commission and participants continues, there will be no public proceedings tomorrow. However, we'll resume on Thursday. We'll hear from a number of people in a roundtable discussion focused on emergency communications and interoperability among agencies. On Thursday, we'll also hear from Dr. Jacqueline Schildkraut, who has written a commissioned report for the commission on supporting survivors and communities after mass shootings. Thank you so much, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until June the 23rd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
This is why they canceled Wednesday, because they knew today was going to be a disaster. Yesterday and today. Everything's strategic, right? Just lay it out. That's why the schedule changes all the time. And they pick great days too. And there's other events that happen elsewhere. It's always very interesting to see. What does? Well, this looks interesting. Oh, well, I'll have to. Oh, is there washing going on somewhere? Is there anything on the back of those sweaters? What sweaters? The sweater, this sweatshirt I'm wearing? There's nothing on the back of mine. Just a very nice gift. I got a t-shirt also, very nice gift, and hat. Very nice gift. I don't understand gifts, but whatever. Not my thing. Oh, hello. There we go. Nothing on the back. Well, put on the masks. The masks. So, well, today was a victory. Know that you can make a huge difference. And thank you ever so much for Charlene for going around. And the dash cam's getting raised now. And he's lying. He's lying when he's saying that. And I don't know. May have heard also somewhere that was just not a thing. Don't even worry about it. Doesn't happen. We don't have that. No. I knew that they certainly have them. But yeah, stop being late. That dog loves you. Oh, she's a nice one, right, Novi? Nova. To go out. She barks a lot. Well, it's not, she's older. She's 1 year old. Very nice. Thank you. I will accept compliments on her behalf because she is very nice. She's very small and doesn't behave like my last min pin at all. It's just different. We're all different, right? Why do they need security? Bent and his wife got security to walk them back to their car. They don't deserve that. If you're telling the truth, don't need protection. True. True. Come clean. Come clean. And everybody probably would have been like, maybe they would have been a little bit, well, if the truth really comes out, well, they're going to be very shocked. I will be shocked, I'm sure. But forgiveness is in many people's hearts. You have to start somewhere. That wasn't it. She was cracking. It'll be interesting to see. Text and dash cams on the record. That's all, see, we make a difference. People watch, they watch, all of them are watching. My puppy was pictured. My pup was pictured. My pup was pictured. My pup pictured was the one on the 16th. I'm not sure if I know what you're referring to there, Harles. Vocal tin can, 3 pennies. Cuteness overload. You cannot be forgiven until you apologize and admit. You have to know that there's a problem. You have to admit that the problem exists. Oh, 1 year old on the 16th. Happy birthday to Puppy. Yes, this one was born. I can't remember her birthday. That's terrible. My girlfriend will know. I think it's like April 23rd. Something like that. I believe in those kinds of things, dates, and only had Nova for a year. Yes, I had to put down T, my old dog, before that. And then 12, I don't know. I don't recall. That text is going to haunt you, sir. Please listen to my words carefully. It will. For the rest of your life. You will never run from it. And the PTSD that you carry, until you ever come clean, if you do, I feel sorry for you and anybody in your immediate vicinity. Anybody. Your family, all of them, because they're going to suffer. But you chose that one. Let alone the VCR comment. Whatever. Anyway, okay, so tomorrow is the day off. Now I should get some stuff lined up for tomorrow. So I could do Oh Dear's next installment of hours. 1 hour. Oh, lots of dogs. Bia is a fan of Seamus and Nova. Really? Okay, well, I can believe Bia is a fan of Nova. She needs a boyfriend. You need a boyfriend? Maybe we'll find you a boyfriend. Resignation is as clean as it comes. That's a start. That's a start. You have to accept but you don't resign, because that's just running. Don't turn tail. You admit your faults and you take your licks. Oliver's lawyer did. Sorry? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And that's a huge thank you we all owe Charlene. She went and took that all around. And I feel just terrible for all the families. And the Beatons. Oh well, they're going to carry the omission. Kangaroo court people will all carry these bags with them for the rest of their life, and it will haunt them. And sorry about that. Very sorry. Pity you, but mark my words, you will suffer the rest of your life because of that. Because of the choices you make. Awesome work yes, we're so thankful. And thank you, of course, to all of you who are putting in hard. Vic. No. Stop. Share this. Thank you to awesomeness on the Discord. Nikki's pumping out the tweets. All of you who are sharing stuff and doing stuff. We're a team. Yay, thank you, Charlene. Is Charlene now from Alberta? No, hell no. She knows how to say all the names. She's down there. Yep, she did. She took the text around and said, please ask about this. Interesting, some responses. Anyway, must be time for another. Oh, yep. I suspect there's going to be a few. Thank you, Charlene. Thank you. Good. Lots of thank yous coming out for Charlene. And thank you to the people that shared that tweet or message with me. We got some more, but we'll keep going. Just piece by piece. Got to keep pumping it out a little bit at a time. But we're making headways, making waves. I really felt like something changed yesterday. I don't know why. My disposition changed too with it. All right. So God bless you all. Please pray for the families, because today was a really tough day. Thank you for those families in here who joined us. And God bless those who aren't there right now. Please send them your love and prayers, because that's why we're here. God bless all of the families. God bless you. God bless the 23.